Recording in progress. Welcome to our 7 o'clock work session for the Village Board for the Village of Pleasantville. Today is Monday, June 24. Work session at 7. Regular meeting starts at 8. First item on our agenda is discussion and update regarding the pool reconstruction project. The whole bidding process has had some twists and turns.
Yep, I'm gonna bring in Anthony. Can you hear us? You're muted.
Yeah, I just got the option to unmute, and yes, I can hear everybody. Hi, good morning, good evening, Mayor and Board, and Eric. How are you?
Hi, Anthony.
Just fine. Thank you for signing on. So Eric, why don't you just, we basically know the drill.
Sure. So in summary, we received pool bids back. We had a low bidder who subsequently pointed out some omissions in the bid amount. That led to an increase in the low bidder's amount, and due to general municipal law, you cannot amend the bid to increase your price. You can only amend the bid to lower it. So subsequently, they retracted their bid, and we are seeking to move forward to reject all the bids and rebid the package. And Anthony can go into detail about how we intend to do that in the next round. But Anthony, have I summarized that appropriately?
Yes, that was concise, and that was to the point. We did receive 6 bids on June 4th, where we read the bids aloud, and as the village administrator correctly represented, the lowest bidder, who was Ray Palmer Associates, their bid came in, or they were what you deem the lowest apparent bidder, and the lowest apparent bidder is basically the stage before you become the lowest responsible bidder. And a lot of things need to happen behind the scenes. You check references, you analyze numbers for unbalanced or irregular bids. In this case, the lowest apparent bidder had submitted a bid of $5.279 million. There was a mathematical mistake that they should have accounted for one item that they didn't for in the bid. So the actual bid would have been $5.469 million. There was just a slight error that was not the reason why they withdrew their bid. After the number of the $5.69 million, the second lowest bidder, Villa Construction, was at $7.46 million. And then 2 other companies after that were in the kind of mid sevens. One of them was in the high 7, and then there was one bidder, the highest bidder, who was high 9s of $1 million. So that was basically the summary of the bids, and with a little more context. But the lowest bidder had advised to the village that they had left, or they had made a mathematical mistake of at least $323,000 over various items in the contract. And as the village administrator pointed out, and as we were advised by the consulting village attorney and our knowledge of general municipal law, we cannot increase bids. As you would suspect, this would create an apple and oranges scenario and basically go against the very virtue of the public bidding process, which is to be transparent and fair across the board, right? So if a low bidder comes in and makes a severe mistake, and after seeing all the other bids and now everybody's seen each other's bids, obviously we understand why that might not be in the best interest of any party and make the process a bit unfair. So the village has elected to rebid the project. We have worked with our consultants, DeBruin Engineering and Stephen Kunis, to make minor revisions to the drawings, dates, and basically clouding what areas will be part of, or what scope of work will be part of the base scope of work. And then what we're going to do, Eric and Mayor and Board, is pull out the flood mitigation work or the precast concrete box culvert, and that will be an add alternate, meaning that we'll get 2 prices back on the bid form. One will be for all the work that's colored, let's say purple, which is the base bid work, which is the work the contractor has to do, hence why it's called base. And then the village has an option of taking out or including what's called an add alternate. So it basically says, okay, we know we want to do A, we might want to do B, give us a price for both, and you definitely have at least the A work if the village chooses to award the project. Then the village could say, well, okay, based on factors X, Y, and Z, we want to include the B work. In this case, the alternative work would be the precast concrete box culvert. So that would be a significant savings to the project, potential cost reduction. And then obviously too, the feedback that we're hearing amongst the bidders who did bid is not great. They're very interested in rebidding. We hear from a few bidders that we anticipate receiving the same, if not lower cost. So certainly there's not a stigma for rebidding the project, especially for the reasons of having a low bidder withdrawal, which was outside of the village's control, and I think gives a bit more comfort to the other bidders, seeing that the village went through this process. So that yes, sir. Yes.
I apologize for interrupting. Before you get too far down the line, I've got a couple of quick questions, and I'm sorry that I wasn't part of the last conversation that you had. Is it correct to say that amongst the bidders, the low bidder was the only pool contractor?
Yes. The remaining 5 bidders were GCs and or site work contractors. That's correct.
Would it be fair to say that the pool contractor was the expert in pool constructions, but not the expert in the flood mitigation work, while the other general contractors were potentially more experienced in flood mitigation work?
Yeah, I mean, the other contractors would have an expertise in site work, for sure, certainly. They would have received a number from a pool contractor. I don't know which pool contractor there may have been. There are a few major players who are interested, but I don't know who they solicited numbers from. But yes, it's generally a pool contractor, much like a residential home contractor, could build pools and homes more efficiently because that's their trade. Obviously, if they have to retain other services, then there's markups, and then there's other costs that go into it. But yeah, that's fair assumption to say in a general context. But you know, the pool bidder did admit, you know, that there was, you know, some of the costs that they had omitted generally was in the site work. Most of it was in the site work. A little small percentage of it was in the pool.
Okay. And so that that makes a clear rationale for putting the site work, the flood mitigation work, as an add-on in this next round of bidding, so we can get sort of a pure gauge of who can build the pool most efficiently, right?
Yes, that's correct.
So my question is, if the result comes back in the next round of bidding that indeed the pool contractor and perhaps other pool contractors who might now be interested, since it doesn't have the requirement of this other related but different type of work, if they are the low bids, but in the bid packages from the general contractors, we see that they are less expensive for the flood mitigation work. Would it be possible to just award the pool work and then create a separate bid or a separate contractor to do the flood mitigation work, understanding that they're on the same, stretch of ground, and some of it has to be intermingled, and that would require some construction management that we maybe don't normally do?
Yeah, I mean, you mechanically you can do that. But you would create a scenario where you have 2 contractors mobilizing to the same site twice. So you're there would be additional cost incurred for the mobilization. Then now you're managing 2 contractors instead of the GC who would manage 1. And if the timing didn't work out as well too, the box culvert is one of the first site elements that would be constructed, right? And you can only do that during certain times of the year because of the DEC permitting, right? So there's a really weird window between fabrication for the box culverts, which are like these 7-foot high by 5-foot wide structures, and then they have to get fabricated. But the drainage is always the first thing to go in on a project typically. So you could run into a scenario where the site work contractor, especially if they're on different sides of the fence, can hold up and impact in a negative way the pool contractors the pool contractors work, which would likely start really end of this year. Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
So if the scenario was, for instance, the pool bid alone came in at, let's say, $4 million.
Right.
But the pool contractor bid $2 million. I'm not pulling that number out of thin air for the site work. However, the general contractors, several of them bid that at $1 million. Would the $1 million of difference be enough to think about this more carefully, or would you still be more worried about the implementation logistics?
I would be more worried about the logistics of having the two different contractors, because the way the bid is structured now, it's the base bid would be, the contractors would be awarded based on the base bid first, and then it's the base bid plus the alternate. There likely wouldn't be a scenario where the let's say contractor who was bidding the base bid work, was that much lower on the base bid work, and then comes in really high with the alternate and puts them above so all the contractors know and prospective bidders know, the village, you have to prioritize how you're going to award, right, a project. If you have a base bid, sometimes you could have up to, I don't know, let's just say 5 alternates. We don't in this case, there's 1 alternate. But if you had 5, you'd have to be very clear in this project specifications, the order of how you're going to award the project, meaning it would be base bid would be option A. That's the first order of precedence. Option 2 would be base bid plus alternative 1, then a base bid plus 1, 2, and 3. You could do any combination you want, but what you want to avoid is having multiple alternates where you kind of pick and choose, where it looks like you're trying to get to one prospective bidder, you're trying to get to one contractor. So that would be all spelled out in the project specifications. It's a bit simpler here because we don't have multiple alternates, right? So there's only one add alternate, meaning the village is either going to do the base bid work or they're going to do base bid plus alternate, depending on how the bids come back for the sum of the two. So that's implied, and basically it all comes down to, and it says it in the specs, if the village has the available budget, they may elect to award the base bid plus the alternate, but we don't have to award the add alternate because it is specifically it's specifically assigned the term add alternate, meaning we could determine if we want to add it or not. When we're not it's not called a deduct in the sense that we're not starting off with it in the contract and then having the option to take it out. We're starting off with it with bidding with it not being in the contract, and then the village can elect to put it in. So that's called an add alternate. You can choose to add it in later versus choosing to deduct it after. I know it's a little convoluted, sounds kind of the same thing. It's not exactly the same thing, but we're doing it with the add alternate, and that gives the village more flexibility and better positioned depending on what the costs come back for the bids to say, okay, we're only choosing to do the base bid, or we're going to choose to do the base bid and the alternate, and none of the bidders can really refute that because it's clearly spelled out in the specification. So we won't run into any procurement issues down the road.
So what I might add to that is perhaps, who knows, the possibility of this being more of a pool project and less of a flood mitigation project might cause some primary pool contractors to be more interested, as you already suggested. I will say it's these two things are occurring in exactly the same piece of ground, and I think it's very, very difficult to not have a single entity as the sole source of responsibility. In my day job, I, as some know, do sign programs, and I'm working on a project at the corner of Central Park, which is the replacement of the former Alaska rink and pool, building a big pool. And I was just on the site this week and was reminded, obviously a bigger, grander thing than what we're doing, how much machinery goes into the business of pools and how intermingled that is with the site work. So, I mean, honestly, I think one of the decisions we may be confronting is whether we're willing to go ahead with the pool project without the flood mitigation, which I think by any reasonable standard will put us in a better position than we're in today, because the filter room will be higher and above the high water level, but obviously not as good a position as we hope to be in with the full bore flood mitigation. But certainly the numbers we got back from most people all in were, I think, beyond our capacity to pay. At least that's my sense at the moment. So
Anthony, did you want to talk about bid timeline?
Yes, and I will also mention too, the pool filter building the proposed pool filter building is 18 inches above the base flood elevation in the measured based on the FEMA and the mapping and real life empirical data. the first floor elevation of the pool filter building will be 18 inches above the flood elevation. So yes, there is a benefit to it. And I certainly, have no problem saying on record to the board and to Eric that the village is not being irresponsible by potentially eliminating the box culvert. Really solely as discussed, this is a recreational and a passive use. If this was a state highway or a local roadway and this was going to impact access for emergency vehicles, critical infrastructure like water, water mains, that's a different story. That's a different element when people get stranded. This is truthfully, if the site fills up and there are things too that we did speak with the consultant that we can do ahead of time, like add a few extra valves and also shut the power off to the system to avoid, if we do know there's a bad storm, several inches, let's just say in a short period of time, we could cut the power and also add some extra valving around the outside of the pool. We didn't get into the level of detail of how many valves and where exactly, but between the extra valving and cutting the power off and planning, that could minimize any potential, I'll say, nuisance damage to the asset, meaning the pool sucking in rocks and silt and sediment, and you can minimize your the damage. We'll say, I don't want to say damage. That's a little bit of a strong word. I'd say the intrusion into the pool, because the bulk of what's happening now is that the equipment's underground, right? And there's all electrical there. So really, other than flooding the pool itself, but protecting the utilities, which is what you would do at the home in a FEMA flood zone, other than filling that up and then obviously going a few steps further for preventative damage, really that's, I have no issue at all thinking and saying as well that it's not irresponsible to consider this as an ad alternate, especially because of the benefit you're getting already and that it's a passive recreational use. If it was emergency services or a hospital, different story. That's a whole different ballgame of design and risk management. But
Troy, Jim, you questions, comments, thoughts?
I'm really
and
encouraged.
the timeline too, Eric, I'm sorry. The timeline was rebidding is scheduled to be advertised for July 2nd, Tuesday, July 2nd, with a 14-day bid period, with bids due back on July 16th. And just so everyone's aware, New York State bid timeline minimum is 5-day requirement with 10 days preferred, and we're advertising for 14 calendar days. So we satisfy the New York State OGS recommended bid timelines.
Yeah, we've been, the pool committee has been really discouraged by the delays. And, we could be swimming in the pool by now. We should be swimming in the pool by now. So we're really encouraged that we're going to separate out these two projects and evaluate them, because I think it's important for the public understanding of the true cost of the pool itself versus the flood mitigation.
No
And
doubt.
all come together, people think the whole thing is just too expensive.
Right.
One sort of procedural question from position of ignorance. Is it separating these out, is it possible, since we only had one sort of true pool company submit a bid, is it possible if there's a pool company that just doesn't want to do the flood mitigation, can they just submit a bid only for the pool?
That is declined to price the ad alternate.
The add-on, yeah. I don't know.
I don't know. Is that an option, Anthony? in the
No,
bid process?
the way it's spelled out in our project specs is, and which is very typical, the village would award to one bidder. It was never really envisioned for it to have two separate
In the hypothetical, that, Acme Pools says,
Yes.
we'll build the pool for 4 million. We really want nothing to do with the 6-foot box culvert. That'll cost you another 10 million.
Right.
When we open the
Right.
bid, obviously they're way high bidder if we're doing the whole 9 yards. But if the next responsible bidder is also above our pay rate and we decide just to do the pool and not the mitigation, can we take Acme Pools at their price? for the
No,
pool?
it has to be same contractor, because
No, I mean,
No,
the bidder.
Yeah.
not a different contractor, just,
If, in the example of Palmer,
yes,
put in a bid, if their bid in this second round, if their bid for the base project is the best bid, but their bid for the add-on is not the best bid, and we elect only to use the base project, can we assess the bidders that way? That is, ignore potentially because it's too expensive, the whole
Yes.
project and simply rate them based on the pool piece?
Yes, yes, and
Okay.
that's the way the project specification of the bid
Okay.
documents is set up, that basically priority A
Yeah.
is base bid, and that takes
Okay.
precedence over base bid plus alternate, yes.
All right, so that's good. I don't, just for Abby or anyone else who's listening, it's not as though the other bidders are gonna try to build, baby's first pool. They have qualified pool builders,
right.
subcontractors. As opposed to the alternative where the qualified pool bidder is the prime and hires somebody else for the other stuff.
But I think Troy was asking, can they bid just on the pool piece? And I think the answer to that is no, right? They have to
But they
Correct.
could,
bid on both.
but they could
But
price the second part at a level which would make
they
it
could
worth doing.
they could contract that out and
Right.
then, yeah.
Yeah, so.
All right.
Right. You're right. They can't mix and they can't mix and match, and we can't pick the pool contractor who comes in the lowest for the base bid, and I'll say a GCU comes in lowest for the
No,
for the
right,
site work.
Right, I get
Correct,
it, but if
right.
we decide
Yeah.
only to build the pool and not to
Yes.
do the other site work, we could
Yes.
assess all of the bidders based
Yes.
on the base price.
On the base bid, which will be clearly
Okay.
delayed in the drawings, correct?
Okay.
Yes, Mayor.
All right, hope springs eternal.
Yes, fingers and toes crossed.
All right, thank you, guys. All right,
Very welcome.
We too are frustrated.
Anthony, can you just we have, on the agenda tonight, the Woodard and Curran proposal for $200 and some thousand for the lead water service line inventory. You want to just give us the quick study? You gave us a detailed memo. We have it.
Yes.
You guys.
Yes.
You want to just give us the very quick summary?
Yes, the lead service line inventory is required. It was pushed down from the US EPA down to the New York State DOH, down to the Westchester County DOH. So basically, if one of the 43 municipalities do not have this lead service line inventory to the Westchester County Health Department by October 16, 2024, they've already advised that there will be administrative action, which could be hearing, which could be notice of violation, because they would report up to the New York State Health Department that would say, oh, Pleasantville, I'm just using us for an example, you don't have your inventory, what happened? Here's the violation, and then you start getting into a whole different track. So I have spoken to a lot of my counterparts, Greenberg, White Plains, Scarsdale, all of the water community folks, and nobody's really any further ahead than anybody else, in the sense that, we're fortunate, we're smaller, which in this case, this kind of works to our advantage. We don't have as many service lines. We still have over 2,000 service lines, but we don't, I think about 2,500. But, we're versus White Plains that has 5, 6, 10 times almost the amount of service lines. But everybody's scrambling basically to figure out, well, what's the best technique? What's the best, least costly, most informative technique of how we could figure out what's under the ground without knowing that we don't have, because no municipality has perfect records. So how do you see something underground without having X-ray vision like Superman or Superwoman, right? So you can't. So there's all these different techniques that you're going to hear that's out on the market right now. But the one that's in the proposal, if you go to the budget table, which I believe is page 4 of their proposal, you'll see something called a potholing contractor. And I just want to highlight a few things about this cost. $100,000 of the $205,000 is allocated to this potholing contractor. So really the engineering support, we'll say the consultant's part of it, not the sub-consultant, but the consultant being Woodard and Curran, their cost is about 50%. We don't know how much the potholing contractor is going to be at this point yet, but a potholing contractor literally is what it sounds like. They use specialized equipment to create small mini micro holes that into the ground to do almost little test pits, if you will, to see what utilities exist under the ground. And they accomplish that through non-mechanical means, meaning they're not taking a bucket in and excavating out. They're hydrovacing, which I'm sure you've heard the pitch from DPW about a vacuum truck, but that's what they use. They use basically a big tube that goes into the ground, uses water, hydro, and the air back, sucks everything up, and then you're allowed to do that without calling utility markouts, and you're allowed to do that for a lot of reasons, because there's really no expected damage from the utility. So this potholing contractor would basically create little holes in select locations where we need to determine what materials exist, whether that is a copper service line, which is great, galvanized steel, you start running into question marks with the EPA because whenever you see galvanized steel, there's a limit where they're only going to let you keep a certain amount. And then they suspect if you see galvanized steel that they suspect there's lead upstream of that, right? So galvanized steel is not great either, even though it's not lead, it's not hazardous. There's usually lead in the area, usually at the gooseneck of these galvanized service lines. And what's the gooseneck? That's where the galvanized service line typically, the old way of doing it, connects to a water main. It's called a gooseneck because it curves up and it looks like a gooseneck. But that part's usually lead. They don't do that anymore. But that's why that's also a material of concern, and then obviously the lead itself. So nobody really knows which technology yet is the best. There's also some things out there where you could measure resistance, and copper versus lead versus steel gives you different resistance. But the problem we're going to run into is our records aren't perfect. No municipalities is, and this is the same feedback I'm getting from White Plains and everybody else. The service line coming into the house, let's say it's copper, may not be copper all the way to the main, right? You could have a section of it that's galvanized steel. You might have a small section that's lead. So the question is, right, we don't want to run around the village and dig up let's say we have 2,500 service lines. You don't want 5,000 holes, right? One at the beginning and one at the end. That would be cost prohibitive. So right now, Woodard & Curran's been working with a lot of these different contractors to figure out through ground penetrating radar and through other modeling, okay, what are the chances that it's going to be this material? And that's one of the tasks in here. It's called predictive modeling. It's just a fancy word for basically saying, what do we think it's going to be on the other side of this hole? Or what do we think it's going to be in this location based on variables X, Y, and Z, right? So we're trying to get as much information as we can up front, which is our property cards, the water records, right? Building department records. That's kind of phase one, right? That's going to be the desktop part. Then we're going to still figure out what's phase two look like? What's the field work? It's going to probably be a mixture of holes, maybe measuring resistance. It's going to probably be a combination of a few things. Now, remember, we don't have to correct anything. They just want the inventory done by October 16th, and it doesn't need to be 100%. You could identify gaps, right? Because if the information just doesn't exist and we don't have enough time, the EPA pushed this down, and the county health department doesn't quite know yet how they're going to enforce it if people don't have it done. But I could tell you a lot of municipalities have pushed back and said, how do you expect us to do all this in this short period of time when there's decades of utilities below the ground? So we're all going to be swimming.
Which
Yes.
did our water rate study and did, I think, a really
Yes.
fine job of it. It's a
Yes.
$205,000 venture here. Do you think that there's a lot more money after that?
I would say the 205,000 is probably a bit conservative. I think that this gets us through the inventory, the desktop. This gets us through the
Yes.
field work to identify. This gets us through the public outreach. Right. Then there's going to be, okay, we found lead. Then there's going to be a two-pronged thing that happens after that, right? There's going to be the correction of the material between the water main out in the street and then the curb stop, which is the valve in front of your house that we have authority to use to shut off the water for emergencies or for non-payment or whatever, right? So there's the main to the curb stop is the part that we own, the village. From the curb stop in, the resident owns, right? So this could become an issue later for the resident that says, well, what do you mean I have lead? I have to now dig up from my building to this curb stop, which is typically in the sidewalk, typically in that grass strip behind the curb, in between the curb and the sidewalk. So yeah, right, that's going to be that we're not expected to pay that. We could certainly maybe subsidize it in the future or talk about a path forward there. But yes, Mayor, the thing is we don't know how much of our service line system right now. We have to assume maybe at least half could be less. We don't know. We would be throwing darts on a dartboard guessing right now without having the information. But yes, there will be some level of work needed to remediate the lead lines or portion of lead lines that are in the street. Now, that may not be digging up the street. That could be trenchless. That could be kind of pushing, they call it not pipe bursting, but the slip lining. We might use one pipe inside another pipe. We might just kind of burst through. We have to be careful that we don't hit other utilities, but there's non-evasive ways of doing this. I'll call it trenchless, that's the word, versus excavating open trench. So this is still very new. People are still figuring it out. But yes, Woodard & Curran has done the water rate study. They revised and resubmitted and got our emergency response plan and vulnerability assessment approved, which, as you know, we had a violation that we had now cleared up for the New York State Health Department. So they've done that. They satisfied the Westchester County Health Department. And they're also doing the same work for Briarcliff. As I know, Eric reached out to that village manager over there. They're doing this for Larchmont. They're doing it for Greenberg. So they're up to snuff. They have a very good knowledge of our water infrastructure already and our general municipal operations. So that's why we elected, or we're at least recommending authorization.
All right. I thank you, sir.
You're very
Appreciate
welcome.
your time and relieve you to the rest of your evening. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Board, and Eric, thank you. Have a good night.
Have a
Thank
good night.
you.
Take care.
All right, Sarah, are you there? Sarah Johnson.
Hey, Sarah.
You're muted, Sarah.
Hi.
Hey,
Hi.
welcome.
Oh, thank you.
All right. 3 projects for community development block grants.
Yes.
All right, so I'll set the table here, Sarah, and then you can go into details. So there's federal funding available, community development block grants. These are administered by Westchester County.
Okay.
They're administered and allocated to municipalities that are part of what's known as an urban council consortium, which we are a part of. Much of the funding goes to low-income communities. We sit at a position where we don't qualify for a lot of the capital nuts and bolts, I like to say, curb and sidewalk opportunities. But we do qualify for funding support of our senior services. So in the past, that's how we funded the standby emergency generator that services the Clinton Street Senior Center. And that building, we funded improvements with our HVAC system through that CDBG grant funding. And there's another round of funding coming available. Last week, the Nicholas Center came and presented their funding request. So this is going to be our funding request. There's actually 2 projects. So one for proposing to acquire a new van, and then the second is bringing air conditioning into the kitchen. So Sarah, did you want to take it away?
Sure. So I'll start with the AC in the kitchen. The AC in the kitchen, there is none right now. So they have vents in the ceiling, and the vents pump in air from the outside. And you can imagine the air last week was ridiculously hot. So that air and that air temperature is pumped into the kitchen. So the combination of that air plus the heat obviously coming off the stove and the cooktop, it's kind of wreaking havoc on our appliances in the kitchen. Most notably the reach-in freezers. Last summer, they needed to be repaired maybe every other week. We had DP Wolf come in and fix them to make sure that they were maintaining appropriate temperature so that we could keep all of our frozen food frozen. And it's just been an ongoing issue. You walk into our kitchen in the summertime and it's hot. It's ridiculously hot. What we've been doing as Band-Aids for right now is we have fans going. We have a fan that's pointed directly towards our reach-in freezers. And we also keep the door open. It's not ideal keeping the door open. I don't like keeping the door open to the kitchen because we do have lots of seniors and they get interested and they do investigative work and they walk into our kitchen and they're not supposed to be in there. So it's really ideal to keep those doors closed to keep people kind of out of the kitchen area. And we can't keep the kitchen doors closed because it gets so hot that it is affecting our appliances. So DP Wolf came in and they proposed the ductless AC, which is, the ductless AC is going to cost, I think, almost $12,000. And then for the electric work, yeah, $11,985. And then the electric work from PRM Electric is $4,300 for the ductless AC.
Okay, so that's 16,300-ish.
Yes.
And then you're also looking for a new hybrid minivan?
Yes, we would like to have a minivan replace our transit van. It is difficult for the seniors to get in and out of our transit van. Technically, there is a third row in the transit van, but we are not able to use it because the seniors are not able to get themselves back there safely. They're not able to load safely. And also the transit van does not have automatic doors. The doors are very heavy. So I need to open the doors and close the doors, and they all want to do it themselves. And right now they can't. It's just too heavy. It's too cumbersome for them. So for accessibility reasons, a minivan would be a much better fit for the population.
So that's about 39,000.
Yes,
Do we
sir.
have a sense of our prospects to get all of this, or?
Relatively confident. We had a meeting with county planning, and we proposed both, funding, ideas and, well, I think we had a variety of them, and they said these two would have the most likely chances of, being funded, so.
These two, I mean, it's three, right? Well, it's two, I guess, the
Two projects.
HVAC and the electric are all part of the same,
Two projects.
all part of the same thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so, well, that would be great. Sounds like an all-around win. Is the transit of any value? Will we recover any money by selling it?
Probably,
Or
maybe,
do we need it for some other purpose?
I don't think
Right.
anyone else needs it. I've asked a few people, like just in case we do get the minivan, I've asked a couple of folks if they would be interested in the transit van, and I'm not sure we have any takers.
Okay.
we'd likely surplus and probably get a few thousand for it.
Okay,
And then just process moving forward, as a local municipality, we have to hold a public hearing on the projects, which we have a resolution scheduled for public hearing for the next meeting. And then we can-
so we're also expressing our support for the Nicholas Center for their project,
That's right.
which is not competitive to ours.
No.
It's a very different purpose,
Yes, yes. And nonprofits,
Right.
are also.
coming out of a different,
Yes, and they
Probably.
obviously can apply for funding. They need to get their local municipality support to advance their projects.
Sounds good.
is the HVAC working now successfully elsewhere on the first floor?
You mean just the regular AC?
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
it's- there's a
Yeah,
long-
everything is really working fine.
Yes,
We have AC and, we're able to control it. We kind of turn it up a little bit when we have exercise classes going on, and then we turn it down when we have more sedentary activities going on. So we kind of
Yeah.
play around with it, based on what's going on and what we're doing and how many people are around. But it's been working fine.
good.
Good.
All right. Any other reports in the world of senior programs?
No, not right now. I think we're all good.
Okay. All right, I thank you very much. Good report. Here's hoping we get the money through CDBG.
Thank you.
Okay,
Bye, everyone.
Bye,
Good night.
Bye.
Thank you.
get that. We're ahead of the game.
And then on the pool front, we've talked about, we have bond authorization for $5 million. So anything above that, we would amend the borrowing amount. We do have cash that we can certainly spend on the project as well, but that would be part of the processes, depending on where these bids came back. Amending that bond resolution.
So, on tonight's check register is $39,000 to the MTA, to Metro North, pre-funding the cost of flag people when we do the sidewalk work over the bridge on Manville. They originally had a higher number than that, right?
Yeah, and that's all gonna be dependent on.
So the tentative cost is that tens of thousands of dollars will be spent given to Metro North for flag people to make certain that the work is going on safely. Obviously, everybody wants the work to go on safely. Seems like a whole heck of a lot of money for a project that's likely to take a week, right?
What's the timing on that project then?
Yeah,
Why don't you give the update?
Yeah, we're waiting for the contractor to give us their timing. They demobilized while we waited for DOT's approval on the signal. So they're looking at their project schedule. We have a project meeting tomorrow.
We now have,
Regulatory approvals now?
we now have DOT's approval of this, in our view, over-engineered solution to a problem we didn't really have. But they rule the roost, so
That's right.
also tonight is Barton and Judas $20,000 for their extra work and then their construction oversight.
That's right.
Which is the over engineered solution.
We're going to end up with both a
Retaining,
strengthened retaining wall and then a pair of angled guy wires coming off the pole and coming back to anchor points at an angle. Um, which are certainly nobody's first choice, but if that's what they require, that's what they require. We think, Eric, am I correct, that as soon as the contractor is ready to remobilize, we could build a retaining wall and finish up that piece of it and close the slip lane, keeping some version of extra shoring on the existing pole?
Yeah.
Until the guy wires are in place.
yeah,
At one point, the collars for the guy wires were what? Nearly a 3-month lead time.
yeah, now they're 8 weeks is what is the latest.
All right, so that's getting at least somewhat better.
And they were ordered,
They have been ordered. Oh, great. Okay, so,
order confirmed.
oh my gosh.
So we have to wait until they come in before the work can resume or no?
No. I mean, the issue would be to get DOT's approval of some interim shoring mechanism, right?
Yeah, which wouldn't be difficult, it wouldn't support.
Somewhat like what we have up there now,
Yeah.
but what we have to do is get that hole filled up. Finish the paving and the retaining wall, and then that would allow us to close the slip lane. And we have shortly the accepted bid for the civic space piece.
Right, I saw that,
Yeah.
yeah. So now we're waiting for the contractor.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, while they were awaiting, we were awaiting DOT's review and approval.
Mhm.
of
Yeah, and the
everything.
contractor is a sub to the other contractor, so it's boxes within boxes.
Yeah,
So.
always way more complicated than it should be.
It takes years off one's life.
And then the Bedford Road, we have that on the traffic signal system improvements.
Yeah,
We ended up going out to bid, Verdi, we'll get that bid. We have
Okay.
about $32,000 of multimodal funding to support that as well.
It's almost 100,000.
Right.
do we have a time estimate for that?
Yeah, so as soon as we're gonna award the bid, and I'll talk to Anthony, last I heard it would probably take a month and a half to implement.
And this would have the 360-degree cameras with the sensors,
Yeah.
the intelligent
Yep.
lights.
So the same company that won that bid is the same company that's doing the guy wires from the signal pole. They basically are the contractor that does everything connected to traffic signals
Right.
in the area.
Yeah, as I monitor social media, this is one of the things we hear every month. Somebody
Yeah.
discovers that the signals don't work well together or individually. So it'll be a great relief for people when they can.
Yeah.
Make a right turn off Wheeler.
They're completely right. It's
Yeah,
it is really, really frustrating.
Yeah, so that'll be good for
Yeah.
everyone.
So, and that covers Bedford and Wheeler, Bedford and Memorial Plaza, Bedford at where it curves out towards Pace, and Bedford at Pleasantville Road.
Correct.
I guess it's Pleasantville Road at that point.
Yeah.
It's turned into Pleasantville Road in the end. So, at the same time that Verdi installed the new equipment, did they establish the programming to properly coordinate the lights?
They do, yes. And DTS Provident, which was our traffic
Yes.
engineering consultants, provided the timing signal plan this morning. So we have that. in the-
Great.
That's
So
good.
this could all be executed by,
Hopefully 1 to 2 months, depending on lead
so
time
that'll
of
be
the
by
cameras.
after Labor Day?
Yeah, hopefully before Labor Day.
Yeah.
So
Be great.
we'll have more, once we are able to with the, award the bid and then get deliverables from the contractor.
Yeah,
I'll
I
have
think
more detail on it, but
it'll
that's
be like definitely helpful to have it by the time school starts again.
Mhm.
So we're anticipating some folks coming tonight, as you saw in the email we got from Jennifer Hall, talking about both pro and con on the complete streets idea, and also concerns about safety on the sawmill, driven obviously by history there, but also this very serious accident that occurred on Friday. Was it Friday? Thursday
night.
Thursday night.
It was Thursday night, yeah. 11:30.
So, and we can report, obviously, all of us know the exchange we've had with DOT, the letter that was sent in November, their response, which basically said, none of the things you suggested are possible. Well, we've had some indication, both Andrew Stewart Cousins' office and Mary Jane Shipsky's office have been involved in this, and I think have ratcheted it up a little bit. And that can only help for sure. What the answer to it is obviously unclear. Certainly the accident occurred on Thursday night will not have been affected by a red light camera. It was just somebody apparently blasting through a red light. That's the preliminary report.
Paul said
That's-
that, yeah, Paul said that there were already two people who had gone through the intersection. Is that right?
That's what I heard. Yeah, there were two cars that went ahead, I think making right turns, and then she might have been the third car. I mean, that's the video footage that we have. And I think she was just crossing, but it's not uncommon. People running the red light. I think we're trying to also pull people about what they feel will, make an adjustment. But I think this is a very tragic situation, obviously, but
And as there have been at that intersection in the past, there's no doubt about that. So obviously we'll get into it when folks come, although we don't have anyone in the room at the moment. Maybe folks will be attending via Zoom. But do you have a sense for what people have thrown out there as suggestions that they feel might be beneficial?
I think that there's a long history, like you said, it's been a year to date that we've had, that I sort of been involved myself since my kids were in the accident. And then since then, I think Eric and I have also discussed we basically polled the neighborhood about thoughts and ideas. Some of them, basically we submitted as many as we could to the DOT already. The DOT came back and they're like, we can do none of them, but we can clean up the area. So I think they repainted the crosswalk, the median. I think they fixed the median and they fixed the sign that was on the light coming south. Right. So they did all the maintenance requirements. I think I don't know, and this is just me saying this, if during the summertime there's a lot of growth that happens and along the side of the sawmill. And I do feel like sometimes that adds to people, not necessarily blowing through a red light, but just in the sense of the fact that they, just might be harder to see just visually. I think some of the suggestions between the neighborhood have been, the red light has been the most obvious one. I think we've talked about strobe lights, all these kinds of things. So we've had a long list. I have a long list of feasible and not feasible things. But one of them, I think when we first started this discussion, Mayor was also the bridge, but I don't think that stops the accidents. That's just
Right.
one,
Right.
That
was just a pedestrian piece, right?
Just the pedestrian piece, which is a huge piece. There's also the element of that people are crossing there. It's a school crossing, people do walk to school. If that transit van isn't being used, guys, I could take up a part-time job and just pick up the kids here, and it's just in my spare time. I'm up at that hour anyway, but I think a part of it is that it's a work in progress. It has been for, I think, some of the neighbors that have been on the Sarles and Mountain area, for, 50 plus years, that they've seen different things. It's discouraging to hear, but hopefully this can bring some change. I feel the red light camera will be the best option because
Oh, I totally agree.
yeah. Even a strobe light there. If we don't get the red light camera, there's
Well, the DOT said strobe lights are now verbal in their letter back to us. They used to have one at Reader's Digest Road and they've taken it out.
Mhm.
Apparently the feds have taken it out of the manual and uniform traffic control devices and they're not permitted to be used. Seems to fly in the face of logic, but there are lots of things that do.
There are some random ones still around. Like there's one, besides near Sam's Club. There's like, you could see them out and about. Maybe they haven't replaced them. Rumble strips was definitely thrown out there, as much as I know that's a sound nuisance. Anyway, could see what.
Well, so, but, and obviously we'll respond to folks who sign on, but, although the red light camera, is intended to catch and then give citations to people who run the red light, it likely wouldn't have kept this accident that occurred last week from happening, but it certainly would contribute to a changed culture for people who use that intersection. So the folks who are just saying, oh, it's a yellow light, I'm gonna run it, I have a chance to get through, I don't want to wait. Sounds like in this circumstance, if in fact the story, when the report is complete,
Right.
sounds the way it appears from the video you have. It sounds like this wasn't someone just trying to run the light. This was somebody who failed to recognize a red light.
Yeah, they don't have the full report on this yet. And I think that, Eric, if I'm not mistaken, I think we did reach out to, or was it someone in our police force did reach out to what the report was? I'm not sure.
Yeah, so that'll come from the county police or the agency that, although our police have responded to this incident, so.
Oh, our police did respond to this incident? They were there?
They were.
Oh, okay.
The county police department's conducting a intensive investigation, so.
That's great. That's great. Okay. That's good to know. I know with there are so many accidents there, and I know we don't patrol that area. So that is something that we have communicated that to as many neighbors as possible, that it is not a village road. Obviously that's sometimes it's hard to understand because it's in the heart of Pleasantville, but
Right.
it's really, this is a very ironic situation, very sad. I do hope that, I know, I think Alan, the person that was in the accident, her husband should be coming. And we'll want to say a couple words. Yeah, hopefully that'll be a good recount.
I can't help but wonder if it's just that the intersection is too dangerous. I mean, I realize that closing it would be a big deal for that neighborhood, but
I don't know if actually we'd be able to close it. And I've thought about this a lot because I don't think the state would close it, because I don't think you'd be able to get emergency vehicles. Like maybe close it to just emergency vehicles would go across, but then I think there'd be a lot more activity that is not warranted there.
Controlled, yeah.
I'm not certain. I don't know what their view of that would be. Emergency vehicles obviously would have to go out via Pleasantville Road to get back in there. So.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, the part of the problem with this is that we're trying to solve a problem that really is kind of above our pay grade and that we are maybe ill-equipped to solve. Is there a way to put more pressure on the state to come up with a solution? I mean, I know we keep proposing solutions to them that are not satisfactory, and that may be because those are not the right solutions, but.
Well, based on some feedback today, I think it's clear that partly through the efforts we have made over the past some months, but now the efforts coming from the legislative side, it definitely has the attention of DOT Region 8. Certainly the red light camera would be a help for a significant piece of the problem.
would
It
help.
doesn't solve the problem of people
No.
blasting through a red light.
No.
And, you know, obviously, folks, it's interesting, the situation at the light down at Marble Avenue is rather different, much more open environment. You come around that curve and have a longer view to the intersection. There's a left turn lane. The road widens out, sort of a lot of the sort of cues that a driver gets help clarify that this is a significant intersection. Most of those things don't apply at Grant Street. It's tight, as you already pointed out, Amy,
Yeah.
especially in the summer. The greenery is sort of closing in. There aren't turn lanes, nor should there be. But of course, as we well know, people slow down and try to make a right over onto Pleasant Avenue periodically in order
Yeah.
to save time.
We have a lot of data on this, especially leading up to our, I guess it was last October, Eric, that we initially submitted everything, from the timeline is basically last June for me and what the work that we've been trying to do, submitting, gathering what the neighborhood and the village and everybody's, all the suggestions, filing that list down to what was feasible, and then beyond that, we know that the DOT is very much overworked and underpaid. So we wanted it to be something that they would be responsive to. I think we had 4 or 5 suggestions. Did we keep it to that, Eric? I forgot.
Yep.
Yeah. So we've definitely gone a long way. I think that's one avenue. The one that I've spoke with Eric earlier today about this and other people was, I think we've had some for me, I think there's several ways we can gain more attention, but the petition has helped a little bit, which I'll be starting and working on gathering signatures to have them look again. I mean, we can just attack it from every avenue is more, I think, the way that I would, but especially by being efficient with our efforts, it seems that whenever we reach out to the state, if I'm not correct, please correct me, Eric, but I think that they feel as frustrated as we do with the DOT. And I don't personally know what to do with that. I want to find a way to work around it, but that just seems like everybody seems frustrated with the DOT. So I don't know actually the workaround, even their bosses, which the state is the boss of the DOT,
Yes.
right?
Well, it's, I can say it's not that I am, without respect for what they're up against, because they have a lot of challenges. I will say that Federal Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices, which is the Bible that these folks follow, both either because they truly believe it's the right answer, or in part because they feel like it is the only guideline to follow in order to avoid liability. I think has deprived American traffic of some opportunities to be more creative. So you see examples from other countries that aren't allowed in those countries. So, all right, we have a bunch of guests who have arrived, so we'll get going after everybody gets seated with our regular meeting. Welcome all.
Bride side and groom side.
All right. I think we should start. All right. So we've finished our work session and are about to start our regular meeting. We are recording on Zoom, so all that goes on
Could you speak a little louder?
we will speak as we haven't got the mics tonight for a variety of reasons, so we'll try to talk very loud. So welcome to the village board meeting for the village of Pleasantville. Today is Monday, June 24. We began tonight with a work session at 7 p.m. And are following now at 8 p.m. with our regular session. Our next regular meeting is on Monday, July 8. Work session at 7, regular session at 8. So we got a bunch of folks here on, I think, 2 different subjects. But let me make a couple of quick announcements as long as we have more of an audience than we sometimes have. One of them is the pool is up and running and this very hot weather. It's a great relief for a lot of folks. We had a problem with the kiddie pool on Friday night that was fixed by Saturday morning, up and running again. So if you're a member of the pool, please take advantage of it during this hot weather. If you're not a member, consider joining. In work session, we had an extended conversation, which is recorded on Zoom and will be available at pctv76.org within a few days about the status of our pool renovation plan and the twists and turns of the bidding process and the budget and all of that. More on that later. So a couple of quick announcements. Music Festival Saturday, July 13. Get thee to pleasantvillemusicfestival.com and take a look at all that's going on and take advantage of the chance to buy tickets at a lower price than would be the case if you buy them online. On site. The block party, the Chamber of Commerce is up and running. Paul, you want to?
Yep, we're scheduled for September 21st, rain date September 28th. We'll be releasing our sponsorship tiers by this week. If anyone's interested in sponsoring, and then putting out there some more information if anyone wants to volunteer.
All right, then the last thing I wanted to mention, then we'll go to public comment on whatever subjects you all want to talk about. Just want to remind folks that after a long and fraught process, we enacted a seasonal ban on gas-powered leaf blowers that begins on May 15th and continues to September 30th. Not everybody agrees with it. Lots of people are pleased by it. Some people are not pleased by it. What that manifests is our effort and our community's effort to arrive at what feels like a reasonable compromise for lots of folks who have differing opinions. So I beseech people to please be respectful of the fact that we have this rule and it needs to be followed. We certainly have had some folks who have declined to follow this rule and have challenged it. So to the extent that any of you or anyone who's listening is aware of the use of gas-powered leaf blowers at this time, please encourage folks to cut it out. In the end, if it becomes a continuing issue, there'll be a citation issued. That is going to go likely to the homeowner, not to the landscape company. So May 15th to September 30th, electric blowers, have at it, no problem. So, all right. So I think there are two significant subjects tonight, and they interleave in some ways. There was a very serious accident on the sawmill at Grand Street on Thursday night, and I know lots of folks are here concerned about that. And there are also folks concerned about a resolution we have on for consideration tonight to enact a complete streets resolution. And we can talk more about that for starters, but would it make sense to start with folks' concerns about the sawmill?
Yes.
With that, I invite anyone to come up, just state your name and address and let us know your thinking. Let me just set the stage, which is that, as I think likely everybody knows, the sawmill is a state-owned road. The enforcement of speed and everything else on the sawmill is subcontracted by the state to the county police. Our cops show up when there's an emergency, but it is a county police scene as soon as they can get there. And we've been in significant conversation for some months with DOT, as Yami, who is, I should have said up front, Yami is here and is a voting member tonight at home for a medical reason. So all five of us are here. You can see her there, I think, online.
Yes.
There was an accident now pushing a year ago that involved her family. We sent a detailed letter to state DOT and asked for a number of steps, among them a red light camera, the possibility of a strobe light, various kinds of improvements. We basically got back a letter a month or so later from DOT that said pretty much none of those things were possibilities. We've engaged State Senator Andrew Stewart Cousins and Assemblywoman Mary Jane Shimsky. Both of their offices have been in touch with state DOT and have been again as recently as today. And so obviously collectively, we all want as safe condition as we possibly can create. in a circumstance that which by definition has some hazards. So welcome anybody's thoughts. Just please come to the podium, give us your name and address, and let us know what you're thinking.
And I just want to say, some of us, including myself, just learned about the accident this evening, and I just want to let you know that, you know, we're thinking of you guys.
Hi, Brad Serlin, 159 Sarles Lane. I was here over the winter for this exact issue. You guys were nice enough to come out after the accident last summer. We had a nice conversation. There was a couple of different issues that were brought up. One was the sawmill, the other was the neighborhood itself. It sounds like you guys have tried to do some things with the state, which is good to hear. I did see police in the neighborhood one time, talk to the cop. He was sitting in a place where everybody could see him, so typically that will drive good behavior. So I thought that that was somewhat not very useful, I guess you could say. I'd like to understand, I can remember from the conversation last winter that red light cameras are supposedly proven to do something preventative. Can you guys just speak to that for a second?
And so here's what I know. I went to a session led by the woman who's in charge of the red light camera program in New York City. And she presented the genesis of that program, its expansion, and the statistics that have come out of it. Obviously, New York City intersections are a somewhat different circumstance, but the short version of a long story is that it has been fabulously successful. The results exceeded their expectations. And if I recall the numbers correctly, they had gone from an initial 75 or something and have something like 400 and some red light cameras, and they have driven improved responsible behavior by drivers at all of those intersections. It's a bit of a complicated system. A driver goes through a red light camera in New York City. It's captured by the camera. At some point thereafter, a human being has to watch that video and verify that it happened. And then a citation is issued to the owner of the vehicle based on the license plate number. Because nobody knows who was driving it, the owner of the vehicle receives a citation. It is different from the citation the driver would get if a cop saw them run a red light. That generates a citation that comes with points. I forget exactly. I think the New York City citation is something like $60. But anyway, they now have, I think, over 100 people working on this program because they have to go through all of these many incidents every day. In Westchester County, there are a few communities that have them on their own roads. White Plains is one of them in city locations. But in order to operate it, you have to invest in the equipment. You then have to invest in the system that collects the video and then the people who then review it and issue the citations. The state gave Westchester County last fall, I think, authorization to have up to 50 red light cameras on the Bronx River Parkway and the Hutch. If I'm correct, Eric, they haven't put any of those in yet. But it's our hope and belief that if we could have one on the sawmill at this location, the county is already the enforcing agency. And if they're going to ultimately be enforcing these on the Bronx River and the Hutch, they presumably will have the mechanism to review the video, issue the citations, and we could be all part of that. I don't think it is realistic, if even legal, for the village to own a red light camera on a state road enforced by the county. And the county's progress in putting in these little red light cameras is, to my knowledge, slow.
So the thing about the red light cameras, and while it does sound like over time, it can be preventative. In this situation, from this accident this week, from my knowledge, definitely from the one, there was 2 last summer, it wouldn't have prevented either.
Right. This was just blending your red light. It wasn't somebody trying to beat the yellow, right?
So what can what is being done to prevent? I mean, rumble strips always slow you down. Why is that something is that something that's under consideration?
So again, the state would have to agree to that, and two things to be said. I can't speak for them because I don't think Yami. I have the letter that we sent to them. I don't think rumble strips were one of them.
Rumble
But-
strips were not necessarily one of them. I think that the biggest issue with rumble strips is, and if we're wanting to voice or submit that, is that it is noise. People underestimate the noise, but I'm not saying that it wasn't on the list. It just out of all of them. I mean, I've thought of this for a long time now. Rumble strips would help if we could even move them a little further up, but they will cause a noise disturbance to the neighborhood. And we already do have a pretty loud, like the sawmill is pretty loud. It's not, I do think that would be a really good suggestion. It is on the list. We did not put it in the letter.
Right. So, and then I obviously, based on the response we got when we asked for a strobe light, different roadway markings, pedestrian markings, red light camera, none of those things were accepted by DOT. In many cases, it's the manual and uniform traffic control devices that they fall back on. I'm guessing without knowing that they would report that rumble strips across a road as opposed to at a shoulder are not compliant, but we should ask, right? I mean,
And
I guess
I mean,
the only
noise
question
thing-
about that, as Yami already said, is would the benefit they would offer be worth the noise that nearby neighbors would?
I don't know. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
What is preventative
Yeah, I
is
understand.
what should be being discussed. One of the things that came out, this, I'll let other folks come in, obviously. My last question or thought is, one of the things that was brought up was that if you push the state too hard, they'll close the access point. I don't know if that was here or. at the
I mean,
local meeting.
it is. The state, who knows? The state DOT, for perfectly understandable reasons, seeks to minimize grade crossings across highways. They're trying to make the sawmill and all the other highways function as highways. I can tell you many years ago, you're likely all aware that there's a crossing at Dobbs Ferry that was relatively recently built when that Hilton Garden Inn and Chipotle and Starbucks, that whole thing was built in Dobbs Ferry. There was recently a pedestrian incident there, and there was quite a bit of conversation about that. I recall, this is years ago, the then DOT commissioner said, believe me, we don't want grade crossings, but we lose politically. So what that means here is unclear, other than to say if we arrived at the point where DOT said, we don't think there is anything that we can do that would significantly increase safety in a way that would dramatically reduce the chance of an incident like the one that happened Thursday night, the issue might come up. I don't know.
Well,
I will also say there are a few neighbors who like that idea, more on the Grant Street side than on the.
well, I mean, I've come around on this. When I initially heard that, I said, that's terrible, no way. Now my thought is, if that's the only answer that government can provide, at least it is in the idea of safety. Because as I said in the winter, and as other people have said, and you guys all agree, it's just a matter of time. And it's a matter of time in our neighborhood too. So people in our neighborhood blowing stop signs, speeding, all of that, and really haven't seen much. And I really hope that you guys can talk to the police and say, can we put some patrols in there? Can we write some tickets? Because the other time that it happened, when tickets were written, all of a sudden, some people apparently got upset, and then all of a sudden we didn't see cops again. And it's a matter of time. There are so many kids on those streets, people walking, there's no sidewalks there, which I know is a separate issue. So and then the other thought I had quickly was maybe just close it at night. That could be a compromise from 9 PM to 5 AM or something.
Yeah, I don't know what they would say about that. I will say that creates some unclarity about what you're allowed to do, right? So,
Point is something's got.
yeah, I understand, I understand.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if Amy can speak to this. One of the questions that I asked, so before you guys came in was, it feels like we're proposing all these things to the DOT and they keep coming back with no, no, no. And it feels like part of what we need is for them to come up with a proposal since it's their road and they have more of this expertise. So I'm curious if Amy, because she's been involved with this more intensively for longer, if you feel like that is a viable scenario, like, is there a way to get them more invested in coming up with their own solution?
The DOT, you mean?
Yeah,
I think that I've taken a page really out of Eric's communication with Lance, who is our DOT rep, that they are, it's a delicate issue to communicate with them in general. I had the thought at one point to, we've tried different things, right? But I think that the biggest way we're going to get the push now is by getting the state's attention. And given also tomorrow is, is the primary, there's a lot of like political things going on, but I think the biggest push we will be on that level, even though it doesn't seem like, I don't know, they do have authority over the DOT. If I'm not Mayor, that is correct, right?
It's the governor who has.
Yeah, look, I mean, what the DOT is presumably responsive to elected officials. It's in our benefit that Andrew Stewart Cousins is our senator. She obviously being the most powerful senator. So I will say we had some feedback today. They're aware of this accident and the history of accidents, and it's clearly on their radar screen. What that means is unclear. I do think that there isn't anything to be done that will turn that into a really safe intersection. It's just a tough spot, right? The question is, what can we do to make incremental progress? Would you agree?
Yeah, and what has to happen to make that?
We're working, we're pushing, and now.
And what can we do as a
Well,
community?
I think the more pressure you put on our state representatives, the better chance we have.
But and I will say, as I say, Andrew Stewart Cousins' office is aware of the accident as well, and they were involved today. Clearly have the ear of DOT. So we'll see where that goes, and we'll obviously stay in touch with that on, literally a week-to-week basis.
We also want to do with the petition as well. I think that's one thing that we've seen just recently have success with gaining the attention of it. I mean, look, I'm ready to light a fire under this particular place, but I don't know if that's really the proper route or will get us the best outcome. I think that a lot of it, especially the kid component and just these ongoing accidents, I think we need to, you can maybe guide us on, I speak as a citizen in that component, but you could guide us on what's too much. Do you know what I mean? A lot of people are really outraged. I think this particular accident is, I think, one of the worst. There has been a death there, a pedestrian death. I think you guys are aware of that one, just about a year and a half ago. It's just an ongoing effort, but I do hope we can push the state. That's my next step, is the petition, and then to communicate weekly with them.
Yeah, I mean, I think a petition is good. We're pushing this through Andrew Stewart Cousins and Mary Jane Shimsky. Part of the question ultimately is that we've suggested these things, the red light camera, et cetera, and so far haven't got traction. It seems like the red light camera is a no-brainer, but again, it's only part of the problem. Create a culture of enforcement in that thing could help. Whether the person who caused this accident Thursday night is a regular traveler in these parts or not, I don't know, but clearly it sounds like that driver simply failed to recognize that there was a red light, right? That wasn't trying to save time. So,
thank you.
I guess I would just say, having just gone through this, that I've been aware of how dangerous that intersection is for years. I have been crossing it almost daily for the last 3 years. There have been more times than I can count where if I'd stepped out of the road when the walk sign went on, I would have died. And I just think something should be done so this can't happen anymore. And
I completely
to
sympathize.
me, I'd rather see the intersection closed than see another person hurt or die. I'd just rather see the intersection gone. And I don't know whether that's something we can petition for.
I mean, if
I
we
know there's
had,
lots of people who will disagree
right,
with
if we
me.
had community support for that. I'm totally speculating. One question Yami mentioned earlier in work session is whether that would be a concern for emergency response. But I do know DOT as a policy wants to reduce grade crossings, and if the community as a group, obviously there wouldn't be unanimity on this, but if the preponderant opinion was that it would be better to close it than to run the risk of another such accident, that's obviously a conversation we could have with the state.
Well, yeah, I mean, people are getting hurt that badly and or dying.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a 50-year history. It's a tough intersection.
Yeah, that's like.
Right.
I wasn't initially feeling this way, but at this point, I just think it should be there.
Completely.
And
understand.
whatever we can do to get the state's attention, whether it's everybody writing letters.
Yeah.
To the governor and.
Well, and again, I don't know whether folks' opinion has changed. When I met with the neighbors a year or so ago, Yami had organized it prior to her arrival as a trustee. The very strong, overwhelming opinion at the time was not to close it. Obviously, everybody would like to see safety improvements. The question is, what could improve it, right? What could we do that would have kept what happened Thursday night from happening? And I'm not sure there is anything.
No, in that case, I don't think there is. We're
Right.
gonna talk about walkways and that would be great for pedestrians, but for what happened Thursday, that would have not had any effect on it.
Right.
It's the curb before the intersection makes it a blind intersection and everybody's traveling too fast on this, nobody's driving 50, they're all driving
Yeah.
65, 70, 75 or more.
Yeah, I mean, I had to drive my day job to Paramus, New Jersey today, and was wildly annoying people behind me when I'm in the right lane going 60 and a 55. Like, people are like, what's the matter with you? People are really impatient in painful ways and hazardous ways. It's just bad stuff.
Well, my feeling, for me, again, if the DOT is not willing to do anything to make it safer, then I just don't know. It seems to me like it's not worth having. That's my opinion.
Understand.
Thank you for coming.
Hi, Helen Mira, 3 Hayes Hill Road. I only just found out about the accident today. I just want to say that having grown up in a different country and having just revisited there, it's very, very common for spots like that to have no access for cars and to instead have a bike and pedestrian ramp over the top, which obviously is a big infrastructure effort. I fully support that. I also think that even though closing that area would be inconvenient for some, there is another way to get there. It's not a dead end. And also, it might be possible to slow the traffic coming from the Chapel direction, from the north direction, by imposing a speed limit as soon as you pass the Chapel exit of, say, 40, because there is a blind corner coming up. So they're my suggestions. And
Okay, so I mean, again, that's something that we can throw out there. I won't speak for the DOT, but I can imagine what they would say. Right.
Hello, my name is Samantha Hoover, 7 View Street. I'm a Pleasantville resident, as you know, and former chair of the Pleasantville Pedestrian Safety Committee, coming out of retirement for this month. Ray Martins is my closest friend in the world. And my personal relationship aside, it is just unacceptable what happened. I know that accidents happened, but as we've just been discussing, that particular intersection has such a history. I was able to get police records or the accident history for that for the past 10 years. And there have been 70, count them, 70 accidents in the past 10 years. And in the past, since just 2019, there have been 27 accidents. It's just unacceptable. It's just, I know how hard a situation this is. You know that I know it. But it's just enough. Like, it's just enough. Something needs to happen. I am in complete support of shutting it down. I don't live on that side. I know there's hosts of problems. I know that's not easy, but it is literally an inconvenience. It is an extra 2 minutes to go around. And it's really, I think, the only solution. New paint, flashing signs is not going to prevent it. I'm all for doing some things, red light cameras, sure, I'm all for it. I mean, we spent years on these things. I know they were really hard problems, but it just needs to be shut down. I'm happy to sign any petition to make that happen, and write to our representatives, of course, is the way, and to get critical action. But 70 accidents in one spot means it just needs to be shut down.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Jonathan Pytel. I live on Mountain Road. I was also involved in an incident similar to what happened to Freya on July 7th, 2018. My Subaru Forester was totaled. And fortunately, I wasn't farther out in the intersection when I was sideswiped, so the impact was at the engine and not.
You were crossing?
Yes, I was crossing from the neighborhood into Pleasantville.
Mhm.
That driver was ticketed for running the red. He had been attempting to slipstream behind a ambulance that was allowed to run the red. The fact that I wasn't badly injured was miraculous feat of impact. And since then, I've been contemplating, my son being old enough to walk across the neighborhood to school. And, when the crossing guard himself said, don't use this crossing, you have to feel that something's fundamentally broken.
Mhm.
If the crossing guard doesn't want you to use the crossing. I would be in support as from an engineering standpoint, if there was a way to engineer safety, but it seems to be that this is beyond that. This continues to happen over and over again. And the danger, as you said, the impatience level seems to grow. The distractions we are all faced with within the vehicle with screens and sort of inattentiveness in general in our lives manifests itself into more danger on the road. So I think given all that, and given that there are other options, we really should seriously take a hard look at shutting it down, and giving ourselves the ability to protect the neighborhood and protect the people that live within it. And that's my opinion.
Thank you.
Hi, Linda Nappy, 160 Sarles Lane. I mean, I guess with the history that Samantha mentioned, I just find it hard to believe that the state has not given us at least appropriate signage, a quarter of a mile north on the Sawmill. There's signage all over Westchester County that say things like, be prepared to stop, slow down. Flashing lights aren't enough, and I just have a really hard time understanding why. I mean, I understand red light cameras, more expensive, but simple signage like that could just mean all the difference in the world. And then I also wonder, on our own local roads, do we control the signage on our own local roads? Could we, at least for the time being, take a little bit more of a defensive approach and let pedestrians who are crossing, drivers that are driving, proceed with caution? like signs that say, don't trust anyone. And I know that wouldn't be a sign, but you know, many of us are trained not to trust anyone when we cross that. But if there's some certain signage to be a little bit more defensive when you're crossing. Because I know it saved me and my family a lot by acting that way, but I guess my question is, are we in control of the signage on either side of the sawmill on the local roads?
We are, that is, Grant Street is ours and the connection to Pleasant Avenue and Pleasant Avenue and Sarles are ours too, as well as a piece of mountain. So we could do whatever we want there. Again, we're in theory supposed to follow this manual on uniform traffic control devices, but if there are opportunities to enhance the signage, we could. We do not have control over Manville Road, which is a state road.
Mhm.
We don't have control over, we have somewhat more control over Bedford, although it's a county road. I will say, I'm not sure how much more signs are helping. In one respect, anything you could possibly do, even if it's an incremental change, helps. In some locations, we're in an environment where it just becomes the wallpaper of life and nobody's paying attention. So, but I do think you're exactly right, especially at that intersection. One has to take a very defensive posture when driving across or walking across, because we just can't count on people to be doing the right thing. It's painful.
So I just want to make
Yeah.
a request to
Okay.
have more signage and also, again, understand, have we ever asked the state to have more glaring signs that say things like, be prepared to stop, slow down, pedestrian crossing ahead?
So in our October letter.
Yeah, I
we
can
asked
speak on
for-
too.
Go ahead. Yanis.
Mayor.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming tonight, by the way. So basically what we requested was more signage, specifically north and southbound, things that were either written on the road, signs that were on the side, flashing lights. The biggest message that came back was, this is not a pedestrian crossing area. This is a roadway. So like the whole shift of perspective from the DOT is the flow of traffic. So this is not what we want to hear, but this is just what was coming back, is that you don't want a distraction to the driver, if this makes sense. They wanted to communicate that they want the flow of traffic to be seamless and clear. And so when we suggested, please put slow down, stop coming up, pedestrians up ahead, these were all pretty much shot down because they said that's not the purpose of this roadway, which I think is absolutely ridiculous, right? So the whole, what we've been trying to work for is at the state level that they encourage the DOT to do an analysis of that, how bad this area is. What that means, we don't necessarily know. They take a long time to respond, but mostly from their perspective, it's a roadway first, not a pedestrian crossing, if that makes sense. But that's how they responded in their letter, I would say.
I think that's fair. And again, I don't spend much of my life being sympathetic to DOT, but a piece of their mission is to keep traffic going. And they struggle, I from conversations years back, with every grade crossing that causes more backups on roads that are intended to create traffic through. So the sawmill, in similar ways, the Hutch and the Bryce River are remnants of a past view of what highways would be like. And they don't meet the current standards. They're not wide enough, but medians aren't there and all of those things. And now they're being asked to do much more traffic than they were originally designed for. But we've been over the years involved in a conversation about how long it's red in all directions. So you get a red light on the north and southbound sawmill. How long does it remain red for everybody before the people trying to cross or enter the sawmill get a green? Because if we could add a few seconds to that, at least it diminishes somewhat the chance that somebody gets hit by someone trying to, oh, I can get through a yellow light. And they did modestly increase it, but when you start talking about, could that be 10 seconds? The answer to that is no, it can't be. That the impact on traffic and tie-ups all the way north and south, make that impossible. And then I suppose to some extent, the legitimate argument that the more north and southbound travelers on the highway get frustrated, the more likely they're to do something stupid. So it's tough.
Right, but I just think there needs to be a little bit more of a human element here, as Alan mentioned. There's a blind curve, so that needs to be taken into consideration. Like, forget it, it just, people need a warning. They need
Yeah.
to be,
They,
they
Sorry.
need they need to be told, be prepared to stop. And
agreed.
there's places all over Westchester County where that happens. I don't know, I just
So there's
feel
a
like they're
flashing
being a little
light.
too robotic about it or systematic
Yeah.
about it and not really understanding and not coming out here to visit and see and understand it.
Well, if there's a crack in the DOT's view here, I can say that the human aspect of what happened Thursday is very clear to them now. And of course, that same story has played itself out, as Samantha already reported, many times over many, many years. So
Mayor, for those that are here tonight for this particular issue, I don't know if we've ever done this kind of thing, but also for those residents that live on that area who are in support of either closing it down. Sorry, can you guys see me okay? Or would there be a raise, like, can I see a show of hands just so we can see that who is actually representing that viewpoint? So I know that different, that it is pretty split the last time I checked, but I do want to make sure that the neighborhood and the people that live there are being represented and that the view of what we can request. I don't know if, I'm not there.
Clearly,
They're
there are
virtual.
more people now sympathetic to closing it than perhaps a year ago. Let me also say that conversation would also have to engage several other neighborhoods, including the neighborhoods that would be affected by folks trying to get on the Sawmill and are trying to do it at View Street or down at Marble Avenue, and the tie-ups that could potentially rise out of that. And so there's certainly going to be a bunch of different interlocking issues. It's not just an issue on your side, so.
That's true. I just also, I know we talked about preventative stuff too. The one thing we did not bring up to the DOT in our letter was rumble strips. So that might also be something we could have a show of hands of if people would be open to that. But I know that we've spoken about it and it wasn't something that, you know, it will be a nuisance later on, but this is the bigger nuisance. It would be a preventative method. It would be
Yes,
a preventative
we
method.
totally should engage that question. And again, neighbors would suffer constant noise as a result of it. I don't know. I am inclined to think DOT will have a litany of reasons why that's a bad idea. As they seem to have for so many things, but every possible idea ought to be thrown out there.
Yeah, I also still kind of feel like if there's a way to throw the ball in their court a little bit.
I mean, it's in their court.
Because
They
it's
just have
easy
to
for
throw
them
it
to say,
under.
No,
Right.
no, but it's like. They ought to be able to propose.
Hi, Michael Degnan, 161 Sarles Lane. I would like to think that if I sold my house, I could tell people that I live 1/3 of a mile from the Pleasantville train station, and that would be a big advantage for my real estate value. But it's not worth the risk of crossing the Sawmill to get to the station. I moved here 30 years ago, and we had a block party on Sarles Lane. And I said to my neighbor who had been here 30 years before me, when do I let my kids cross the Sawmill? What age do you think in order to get to school? And he looked at me and his face went like blank. And he said, never. So we consider ourselves a walking village, and I live in the village. And you can't walk across the Sawmill Parkway without taking a risk. It's absolutely, that's a fact.
I agree.
And my neighbor 30 years ago told me about that fact. Before we put in the big brick or cement wall to prevent turning onto Grant Street from the Sawmill, which was another very bad hazard because people would slow down and there would be a no turn there. And it's before there was any kind of pathway or even a walkway along the side of Grant Street in order to get to the sawmill. We were walking in the street or walking on a dirt road.
Right.
You know, to get there. So there is no safe way, really safe way to, you know, to do this. So we have to decide, is it just not going to be safe and we're going to take the chance? Or are we going to do something substantial? Like think about, and I appreciate all you guys, you know, considering all the options of closing it off. And again, it does affect the village as a whole, but you know, how much is one life? And it doesn't have to be on our side of the road, you know, it could be
anywhere,
a car or, you know, somebody from, you know, Katona, you know, coming down. And I would like to see somebody from the state be at a village board meeting, represent. Is Andrea Stewart Cousins our representative?
yes, she's our senator.
Where is she? And let her come, let her answer these questions. Let her talk about a pedestrian bridge maybe going over, and maybe we close off Grant Street. Maybe that's the solution. And let her share in the pain that we've all been feeling with this. And let her like know how uneasy we are about crossing that area. And you know, there's a lot of road construction going on in Pleasantville right now. There's no, a lot of places aren't, you know, really like safe, but we're trying to make it better. And I appreciate that. But we can't turn our blind eye towards something that's really right in the middle of our village that people are using every day. And there is another issue to this. When you're on Marble Avenue and you know that Grant Street has got that long light, and you're gonna make the left turn, and then you're gonna go on Pleasant. And then you're gonna go try and beat that light on Grant Street from Pleasantville Road to Grant Street. People are driving very fast down Pleasant Avenue, and you have put up a speed sign, and you have put up a little warning sign, which is good. But that roadway is, you know, for people to get on, you know, rather than wait at the Grant Street light, they're going down Pleasant Avenue to get to Grant Street on the other side. And that's happening all the time. And they are going fast because they want to get home.
Right.
And that's something I would like to bring up that we should think about also.
And that behavior ramped up during that whole sawmill construction, people trying to avoid the narrow.
That's right.
Constricted lanes.
And I'm just saying, it's like, we have a real issue. And it's not just our issue, it's the state's issue, it's our local representative issue, and they should be here and they should hear us. And I would just like to propose that.
I
Sure.
appreciate that.
Thanks, Mick.
Everybody, Tim Madison, I live on Grant Street, 15 Grant Street. So I'm gonna be biased, of course, I'm gonna say that we should close it. If we close it, guaranteed no more accidents there. If we close it, guaranteed reduced speed on Pleasant Avenue. Nobody's rushing to get anywhere there unless people in the neighborhood are rushing to get home, I guess. But when I heard there were 70 accidents in 10 years, I have to say that I think it's a gross undercount. I have a camera that points at the sawmill. That's how I got the footage of this accident. I have seen so many accidents. I live 100 feet from the sawmill. I almost never cross it. If I have to walk somewhere, I walk around it or I ride my bike around it, whatever. I avoid it completely because I've almost been hit with my son on a scooter. My neighbors have almost been hit walking their kids across the street. Everybody constantly honks. Even the Chappaqua police honk to get people to go through the intersection when the people have the walk sign. It's just, nobody understands how that intersection works. And I don't know why it's such a problem. Maybe they can't see the signs. Maybe people just are impatient. But from what I've seen, the number of accidents that I've seen, I used to catalog them and I can't even do it anymore. I don't have enough time to do it because there's so many of them every single day. I went out of my house 2 days ago. I crossed the sawmill. The first time I crossed, I saw somebody run the light by 2 seconds. And then I crossed back later on, I saw the exact same thing. Yemi's accident, the person who's driving down the sawmill ran the light by 8 seconds. This accident was 9 seconds.
That was the help truck.
It was the
DOT
yes.
help truck.
Yeah. this accident was 8 seconds, 9 seconds from what I saw. Person didn't even hit
This
the brakes.
person wasn't trying to run a yellow light. This person completely failed.
I understand that, and my point is that there are lots of people that just completely run them. I have seen it over and over again. People just don't care. It's not even that they don't notice it, because you can see it from pretty far away. The DOT fixed some of the signs that were missing. There was the flashing lights there, but they didn't have the traffic light sign.
Yes.
They fixed that, and I'll admit that the number of accidents have gone down since then slightly. But still, there's something going on there all the time. And I'm pretty sure it's the most dangerous intersection in the village. I think
For
there
sure.
might be one that's more dangerous according to one of the traffic studies I saw, but
I mean,
from what I've seen.
the highest number of accidents on village roads occurs at least it did the last time we did the analysis at Bedford and Tompkins, right by Holy Innocents there. But again, those are, here, you got a bunch of things going on in there, hills but
Not the same.
those are not the kind of accidents that we see on the sawmill. Those
Yeah.
are fender bender accidents. Not that something awful couldn't happen, it certainly could, but
No, pedestrians
Right.
getting hit at 55 miles an hour, people getting,
right.
sideswiped at 60 miles an hour. So I think the only thing that can be done is to close it. I understand the concern about emergency vehicles. I mean, there has to be some kind of option for the road to be closed, but to be available somehow for emergency.
I'm
vehicles to go
not,
through.
I'm not sure if that's an issue or not. I mean, there are plenty of roads where you have to go around to get to them, and that's what emergency vehicles do. So I mean, that would obviously be a conversation to be had. I think clearly we're headed towards a more serious conversation with the community at large about the idea of closing it. And perhaps as part of that, and we'd have to determine whether it's the right thing to do or not, to have a conversation with DOT about what their view of that would be. Might put us in a different posture if DOT had issues with that for whatever reason, versus them saying, oh my God, that'd be great.
So the problem with this road is that the DOT controls it. The problem with Manville, and I think Bedford or some other road, is that DOT has some level of control of it. Is if we wanted to close both sides of that, is that something we need to ask the DOT for? Like there are roads, Grant Street and the other side of Grant Street.
So I don't know.
It seems
I
like
don't
it's the
know.
only thing we're actually empowered to do
Yes, so
ourselves
then
without begging them
would
for
you-
years.
If one were to close the crossing and the entry, would you still allow the elbow exit to Grant Street in the northbound direction? Those would be engineering issues that DOT would certainly get involved in. DOT owns some of the land around that intersection. We couldn't just do it unilaterally. We'd have to get them involved. I mean, if it arrived at a circumstance where we had the legal right to do it and they didn't want to do it, that would be a conversation to be had. I'm guessing that the next question, they also own Manville. The next question would be, what does that do to the entrance to the sawmill by Parkway Terrace? And the impact over on View Street and that whole neighborhood.
Which is the other entrance southbound, right?
Right, so we have, and DOT has pretty recent, and I think annual statistics about the number of cars at those intersections, and so that would be that we could certainly and will get a sense for how many cars would be diverted.
The traffic study for the intersection work that's being done now, or that was started now, shows kind of what I've seen is that the majority of people are either crossing to Pleasant Avenue or they're going north. With very, fewer people going south there.
Yeah, and so again, same story. Would you still allow somehow on-ramp to go north? Is there room to do it? Is that a bad idea?
I don't know. I think it causes additional congestion downtown because Grand Street is so small, like everybody has to kind of cram into that downtown area.
Right.
I feel like it's not as bad as everybody thinks. I'm glad to hear that some people are kind of for it now, but I think that's the option I'd go for, especially if it's something that it's within our power, that we don't need to spend another 15 years waiting for more accidents to get the DOT interested.
I mean, assuming that there is a significant sense that we ought to engage DOT about that question, we certainly can do that. I guess the the question to be considered is whether that
Maybe.
creates an inevitability over something that we haven't yet really had a chance to vet with all the other affected parties.
So do you think this might be a place where we want to actually like have a special town hall meeting with, I mean, with the whole village, but obviously particularly with people in those neighborhoods?
Maybe get, Mary Jane Shipsky.
Can you speak up?
We can't hear.
So,
Sorry.
David was suggesting the possibility of a village forum to discuss this issue of closing that intersection. And I suggested if we did that, we invite our state representatives to be present.
Yes.
So what I would say, and clearly we should do that, and that would be an opportunity for everybody on all sides of the issue. I think we have a little legwork to do about the possibility of closing it, as well as getting the existing statistics about what that might mean about the number of cars diverted in other directions. So that we understand what we're talking about, because, you know, there's a certain and perfectly understandable, and Alan's obviously has everybody's support in saying, oh my God, this can't happen to any other family. And yet, the question is, if we close that and cause a bunch of other problems, have we planned how to deal with them as best we can?
I would say those problems are lesser than the accident.
Yeah,
I get it.
but actually, it's one of those circumstances where that could be the possibility. I can also imagine it solving problems.
Would certainly solve some problems.
Well, no, I don't mean about the accidents, obviously it would solve that problem, but I could imagine it actually relieving some of the pressure on Wheeler and on Grand Street.
Maybe you'd need a traffic study really to know those kinds of outcomes. I think there's, like the mayor said, there's probably a lot of parties involved. Yeah, I know that since last June, when I started polling a lot of the neighbors about that was an issue. So a lot of people do want to close down the entrance to the sawmill because it omits a lot of danger. I mean, since my kids were in the accident, you know, I count every car. I wait the whole time and I count if there's 2 cars on one side and 2 cars on the other. You know, I mean, like that's the only way.
Come to a full stop. I mean,
but
right.
Yeah, unfortunately, like you can't do that every time because there are people that they're not there yet or they haven't made it to the light. But yeah, this is a very tough situation. I think we would need to see if the DOT would even be open to that idea. But
so it's not obviously exactly the same circumstance, but folks will recall, if you've lived here a while, what the scene was when the sawmill would flood and be closed between Marble and Grant Street. And it created very, very, very big tie-ups with rows of cars in residential neighborhoods trying to move through Pleasantville. But one positive aspect of closing it might be some of these people who are using Pleasantville as a through route
Yeah,
would be incentivized to go somewhere else.
yeah, that's true.
Andy.
Andy Reinman, 122 Sarles. There's been a lot of information already put out there that a lot of us are really familiar with. And I just wanted to highlight the really obvious thing that this has been going on for so long and nothing's changed. This is like a failure of government, right? Like we come to you because you're the level of government that we have any sort of direct access to. You have a contingency of people here that are angry enough about this that's been going on for so long. And we need to know what to do. And as a board, you should take advantage of that. If there's something that we can do to help the cause, take advantage of all the people here that are angry enough to do this. I moved here because it's such a walkable village. I love the fact that in a pinch, I can currently get to the train in 4 minutes if I need to, but I am tired of what happens at that intersection and they just need to close the damn thing. It's not an engineering problem, right? Like we can get a robot to Mars. We can figure out the math and everything to do that. It's ridiculous to think that we can't create a safe intersection. It's a priority problem and it's a governance problem. And if there's not a solution that we can figure out to make it a safe intersection, then they should just close it. I also want to point out that's not the only problem intersection in our town. And for pedestrians, as much as we pride ourselves as being this walker friendly village, there's a lot of problems associated with it. Just like the Manville crossing by the memorial, the number of times I've almost gotten hit there crossing the street after getting off the train at night, like I don't have enough fingers anymore to count, like really close encounters, and I know I'm not the only one, and nothing has happened there. And if that's an intersection that the village has.
Huge things are happening there.
Well, right, so you're digging
There's
things
stuck,
up.
but huge things are
You're
happening.
digging
And
things up, but
you can guess why they're slowed down right now.
So let me just say, Andy, first off, yes, we should take advantage of the anger and the concern and all of those things, totally. I will say what's different tonight, and I've had this conversation at various points over very many years, every conversation I've ever had until tonight, the very large majority of folks, whoever we were talking to, did not want it closed. Everybody wants it safe, but they did not want it closed. It sounds like this may be a sea change in the general sense of that, not to suggest that it will ever be a unanimous concern or opinion, but it feels different tonight.
I think it's gotten to the point where it's clear to most of us that this is not a priority for the DOT, and it's not a priority for whatever level of government can control this. And there are things that could have been tried and have never been tried. My understanding, and from the conversation tonight, is there are even these red light cameras. It's not clear to me that those actually fix a problem, short of just like giving someone a ticket after they potentially created a problem, but those are just sitting on the desk and not getting installed. It's a priority issue, and the safety of the people in this village and people crossing that intersection is not a priority either for the state or for the DOT. And the only option we have to feel safe and have, even if we make the decision to not cross the intersection, we wake up all the time to the pops that we hear from that intersection. And it seems like the only option that's left is just to close the thing, which is not an ideal solution, right? Like we all like having that close access to the village, but it comes at a serious cost. And I think we're tired of that.
I mean, obviously, I want to see every possible safety improvement that we could get DOT to make. I don't think that any of the suggestions or all of them implemented together eliminates the danger there. It's a tough intersection, right? In today's engineering world, you would never allow a pedestrian crossing in a setting like that on a new road that you were designing. But we're talking about generations of history here, and maybe this generation has had enough, right? The balance of convenience versus risk is, it's kind of a horrifying calculation. Everyone who said, is it worth even one life? Obviously, no. But when you think about the conditions coming southbound on the sawmill, I don't think there's all the rumble strips and lights and flashes in the world aren't going to stop a drunk driver or whatever, right?
I mean, at some point, the state made the decision to put a parkway through a village, right?
But that happened a century ago. Very different world.
Right, and so now we're dealing with those poor decisions, and it doesn't seem like we're stuck with just the option of cutting it and there's no pedestrian access or leaving it the way it is, right? Like this idea of a pedestrian ramp seems to make sense. It seems like that burden should be on the state to figure out, because they're the ones who originally created this problem, and the village doesn't have the control over doing that. And I just wonder, like, how do we figure out how to push the people that can make those decisions, right? Like, you unfortunately get an earful from all of us because, like, you're the only people who, like, we have that access to.
Yeah, so I think that's a good question. I think if there's some degree of unanimity in a group, in a coalition that you can create, then we can help orchestrate the situations in which you can make your voices heard, right? So Yami obviously has been involved in this issue for over a year now, and is very connected to your neighborhood. So there are some things that you can do in a sort of grassroots way, like if a petition turns out, for instance, to do, but we can also be partners in this effort, right? So if there's a consensus, or at least some degree of consensus, in your group, then, for instance, we can try and host a forum where the right people are there to hear it, and you know, we can get our representatives to also put pressure on. So I think it has to be, with these things with politics, it always has to be a multi-pronged approach, right? It has to be some combination of an inside game and an outside game, right? Like the grassroots putting pressure on the politicians who can actually affect change in this situation, and then also us trying to help to negotiate that.
So I think
So-
that we just need to know what to do and how do we do it swiftly, right? Because I just feel like
Yeah.
this is something that we've been dragging our feet on for a long, long time. And like, what is it gonna take before someone decides, oh, no, this should finally be a priority? Like, it's totally
Well, I mean-
nonsensical that it hasn't.
To be fair, I'm not sure that's entirely fair. I mean, I haven't been one of the people who's been as directly involved, but I know Amy has been very actively involved, you know.
I don't mean just
And
like
so-
the village
But
board. I
no,
mean
no,
like.
no, I know, I mean, on the state level. So, yeah, so obviously the tact has been, you know, will you do A, B, C, D? You know, we keep proposing to them things to them and they keep saying no. And so that
But the
strategy
burden
seems
of
to
them
be.
too, to say like, here are some.
Right,
possible
so it
solutions.
seems like there
Yes.
needs to be like a different strategy of some sort. That's not just like, will you do X? No, we won't. You know what I mean? So
I think if
I
I-
agree with you.
If I could just interject here, Andy, thanks for coming
Please.
tonight. I was going to just mention one thing. I think tonight I haven't heard as many people talk about closing it down. So this would be a new page in the direction that we're moving. Personally, I use it often. I'm a commuter, as is there's a majority of people that are commuters, and that is one aspect of how it is used. I would probably lead an effort to see the consensus of that side of the village of who would be in favor of that. I have not polled the group yet on that issue because since last June, when we've had conversations and when I speak with most of our neighborhood, it is actually not to close it, but how can we make it safer? And the issue, like Nicole's speaking on, is that the DOT's come back with a no. I think we have an advantage, even as of today, on the political playing fields, that we can get more attention from our New York State representatives. I mean, we also have great connections in the media that we have recently highlighted, News 12, the Examiner. We've had several different pieces on that. I think we could turn up the volume on that. I don't know if that will fix it. I just know those are avenues that we've spoken about before, where the media attention around it could help with the state level and what they're looking at. Like, oh, this is really, you know, a kind of a hot topic. Obviously, we know it is, but more that it will gain more attention that way. I don't know if that will solve it. It's just other avenues we've tried to use as well.
I think people's perception of whether or not to close it would be different if we floated an idea of a possibility of having a pedestrian ramp or another way for people to be able to walk across there. Like, we shouldn't be stuck thinking that our only options are no pedestrian crossing and we avoid these accidents, or we just have like a Wild West type of intersection where kind of anything goes and we're stuck with 70 accidents over the course of a few years. Like, we don't, like, we could be more creative than.
Okay, so what I was thinking as Jamie was speaking is, it seems to me that one question for every individual, every resident to think about the idea of closing it is, of all of the ideas that any of us have thrown out to make it safer, red light cameras, rumble strips, blinking light, whatever it might be, can we imagine enough of an improvement that the core concern would go away? And if we can't, then that's everyone's individual calculation for their level of tolerance for risk and the risk caused to others. But the idea of a pedestrian ramp has been discussed. It can be discussed again. We talked to DOT about it some months ago, and they indicated they have no money for it, and that it has to be minimum 16-foot clearance underneath, and you have to have an elevator on both
Bridges don't
sides.
have 16-foot clearance.
What?
I said our bridges don't have.
They don't,
16-foot
yes,
clearance.
yes. I suppose part of their point is to avoid what happened a couple of weeks ago when another truck sheared itself off. You know, that's just a good example of you just can't wrap your head around the idea that a truck driver who's driving a box truck drives under a bridge that any reasonable human being would say, I'm not gonna fit. And I guess that's the same inattention that caused this driver Thursday night, to be going south and blast through what you said, 8 seconds or something after the light had turned red. And I'm sure DOT is saying, whatever, we're gonna make sure any new thing that's built is higher than the highest truck. Whatever, I mean, that's a conversation that could be had. Could you get a waiver from the ADA codes that says it's not actually ADA compliant at both ends? Because we can't have an elevator, you know, all of those things. A few people have said to me, oh God, you know, all you need is an elevator at both ends and I'll never use it because it, you know, those things feel icky or unsafe or, you know, all those things. They're all conversations worth having. That is a multi-million-dollar investment for sure.
But Peter and I both work on in our day jobs on how people respond to visual stimuli, how it changes their behavior. And one thing I can for sure tell you is that the near tragedy that brought Yemi onto the board and the actual tragedy that's brought many of you here tonight, that is not ever going to change based on any of the things that we're discussing that the state could do. Yes, you could go down from, 7 major accidents a year to 3. But there's no way to guarantee with a narrow highway, with trees continuously growing, with a blind corner, and with a grade level crossing, that somebody driving across that street, forget the issue of pedestrians, driving across that street will not be hit at 70 miles per hour when they're dead stopped. There's no way to do it. So that, I think, if there really is a sea change in the feeling of people who live on both sides of that street, I think that it seems like something. We don't know how the state feels about it, but it's conceivable that that would be a solution that we could pursue. But before you do sit down, Andy, I do think that Peter should explain to you what we are doing about the Manville Road crossing, which I've also had horrible experiences at, and how that will be safer, in the near future.
Well, so we hope this whole project here from Grant Street to Tompkins, this endless project, which endless challenges, $1.5 million from New York State federal money for pedestrian improvements is, I think, a very significant improvement. Especially in that zone between the war monuments and the Burns Media Arts Lab. We've got a new island that's already been created. People are complaining to me about it, just as they complained about the island further up opposite the Burns and the real estate office. But the purpose of those is to reduce the freelancing of cars creating extra lanes, to create a place of refuge for a pedestrian who is crossing where we don't want them to, but people do it anyway. And in the end, we're shortly, I say shortly, don't get me started about the history of all of this, to widen the sidewalks over the bridge. And narrow what is essentially 6 lanes over the bridge over the railroad, so that we're going to end up with 2 defined lanes in each direction over the railroad bridge on Manville and significantly wider sidewalks.
No slip lane.
Close the slip lane out of Memorial Plaza, and then create what we've already created and then got stopped with this battle with DOT over a structural issue. A right turn lane coming out from Memorial Plaza between Valvoline and the War Monument. So shorter crosswalks, bump outs, truly ADA compliant crossings, which we haven't had in any of these intersections. And does it mean people won't do stupid things? It doesn't. Do I think we've improved the condition, and when it's all done, we'll improve it quite a bit? When this is all done, and it should have been all done by now, all of it gets milled and repaved, all of it gets restriped. So from Grant Street all the way to Tompkins at the Shell station, all new pavement, all new curbs, all new crosswalks, narrower streets, less freelancing. So
And at the intersection with the memorial, can there be a delayed green so that pedestrians can start walking, not at the same time that someone's trying to make a left turn and be.
So DOT is in charge of the traffic lights there. We're in the midst, and I won't bore you with the details, but we have tonight $100,000 contract to upgrade the actual equipment at all of the traffic lights on Bedford Road, which although it's a county road are our problem, to create new lights that actually have sensors on them, can sense when there's traffic. Much better conditions, God willing, and much better synchronization of our traffic lights on that side. On the Manville side, DOT says when you get done with your project, we'll come in and do a better job.
We're doing on that synchronization project, that is one of the things that we're doing is we're having a delayed change of lights, also.
I mean, we diverge a little bit, but one interesting, we have 400 pages of data about the actual conditions at all of these intersections. And here in front of Village Hall at Wheeler and Bedford, 75% of the time when traffic is stopped in all directions, there's no pedestrian. 75% of the time, because somebody hit the light and then got across before they got the walk signal, or there was only one person they got right across. And so we're changing that to a circumstance where the period of time when all directions will be stopped to be shorter. And then while someone still has the walk signal, to permit a green on the parallel traffic, so.
All right, well, fingers crossed. Seems like DOT is the problem. They want to move cars, whether or not people are in the way.
If you can reform the civil service, you know.
I mean, what DOT would say, and we'll get them in the room because maybe that would help. What DOT will say is, we want cars to move and people to move safely. We just need to separate them. That's, the mindset.
Yeah, you
Can we
can't do
get
that
them?
in villages.
Right.
Can we get them in the room with, at a?
Worth a try.
That
Other,
would be great.
yes.
Hello, Tom Murphy, Orchard Street here in Pleasantville. I just wanted to bring up one point. I think the guiding principle here should be safety. And I think it's the responsibility of the government to put the safety of the community members first. So I propose you declare an emergency at the intersection, close it down until a thorough investigation can be done to determine what are the best solutions for that intersection. I know the town closes that down or used to close it down whenever the sawmill flooded. So, the town, I do believe, has the ability to declare an emergency there, close the intersection down, request a thorough investigation on it. And I think by closing it down, it would heighten the urgency around the DOT to do something about it, or at least address it. Thank you.
Okay. Again, I appreciate that suggestion. I will say, and I suppose most folks realize that there are many, many, many interests who would say that's the wrong thing to do. And that doesn't mean they're right. And it may very well mean that they're not really engaging the human risk here. But if we were to close that at any point, there will be a significant controversy about it. We don't shy away from it. Not everybody agrees, but what we do try to do is work towards a consensus. And as I mentioned earlier, when we talked last June, I would say the very large majority of folks who met out on the street did not want it closed. So
I think maybe to convince those members of the community, because I certainly was one of those members who didn't want it closed,
Right.
for sure. I've been living there for 20 years. I walk everywhere and anywhere. And while this might sound counterintuitive, in my opinion, it's less safe to drive across that intersection because you are in a car and most of the accidents that have occurred. I mean, my mother-in-law a year ago, same thing, front of our car got sliced off. And like Yemi said, when you're a pedestrian, if you are in defensive mode, you can count 1, 2, 3, 4. you can do that. And if you don't get the 1, 2, 3, 4, people don't understand what I mean. You see 2 cars stop there, you see 2 cars stop there, you don't go, and it's your choice. But when you're in a car, you have less power. You have impatient drivers behind you, you have blind spots, you can't see. When you are a pedestrian, I know it sounds counterintuitive, but you have more power to defend yourself. You don't have to cross, or you don't have to even go in that area at all. You can make the choice to not cross the parkway on foot. You can go around as if it were closed. So, you know, my dear friend got severely injured on Thursday night, and it has convinced me that that intersection should close to traffic going across. It should, because it's really, really hard to defend yourself. But as a pedestrian, I know some people have said otherwise, but you have more power if you take on that defensive mode.
So one suggestion you might make
I
is
just want to throw
close it to cars, but not
I just
pedestrians.
want to throw that out as a potentially more palatable solution for some.
Thank you for that.
Just one more thing.
Sure. The frustration that I have, that I guess I didn't share at the beginning, is that it seems like nothing has been done to lead to this. Like, and when I had the conversation, I don't know if it was at the board meeting in our neighborhood or if it was when I came in the winter, was that basically what I was told was the state basically is going to say, close it. And I felt like that was it. That's our choice. So if that was the case, then we all should have come around on it, government led prior, because now somebody had to get severely injured again. And the fact that nothing has been done, now we're saying it's this or that, whereas they tried nothing. The state tried nothing.
So I mean, we can share with you the letter we sent and the letter we got back. They did the things that they said were within their capacity or appropriate engineering rights to do. They fixed the missing sign, they added the traffic sign on the blinking light, they repaired the median. All the other things we suggested, they said can't be done for X or Y or Z reasons, and they've given a little reason for each one of them. So they haven't come back with something in that letter that said, okay, here's what you didn't ask that we could do. And we're gonna press them again on that very subject. But I will say, I think that a terrible accident like happened on Thursday will happen again at that intersection if it isn't closed at some point. And the improvements that could be made hopefully would reduce the frequency of it. It's still gonna happen, right?
Yes, and I'm all for closing it now because, but I can't believe that we didn't even try anything along the way to try to condition drivers. The red light thing seems like, red light camera thing seems like a overall conditioning of drivers by having them in multiple places.
1000% agree.
Time.
I've had that conversation every place I could have it. It requires an act of the legislature to permit it. And apparently the legislature, although our local legislators likely would support this, are concerned about its potential precedential effect on other such examples. I can tell you that a couple of people said, I have no sympathy for them. They said, it's just more Big Brother is watching. I don't want the cameras in the sky, sending me tickets. I have no sympathy to that. If you're going through a red light, every possible way we can find to catch you, we should. But again, it's out there.
So you guys have spoken with Shimsky?
Yes.
What is her take on all this?
So she has engaged, and her chief of staff has been engaged with DOT. She's also engaged with requests made through a petition about Manville Road by BRS, about what could be done at that intersection, and DOT has agreed to look at that as well. DOT knows a lot about the Grand Street intersection. I think they know less about Manville Road. It's just one of many state roads, but they know a lot about the Grant Street intersection. So far, we've not found them sympathetic to anything. I think honestly, DOT will not be in our way potentially about a red light camera, but we gotta find somebody to do it and put it up and enforce it and manage it, and that feels like it's gotta be the county. But the DOT should pay for it. It's a state road, right? It can't possibly be the village to invest in the equipment and the whole cloud system where the videos are produced and the reviews and all of that. It's gotta be the county. And if the county's gonna set that up for their 50 lights they have authorization to do elsewhere, which they just got from the legislature like, I don't know, 6 months ago, you would think that these things could be done by any reasonable government, right? No. In Albany, they have to say it's okay. It's like among the frustrations we have. I agree with you. There are aspects of fighting with DOT that are like pushing a string. And it isn't that they are determinedly unreasonable people, but they have a set of goals. They have an engineer's mindset that's not always, in my opinion, open to expansive thinking. And they're short of resources. So all of those things are working against us, but we're gonna push. Thanks. All right, anybody else on the sawmill subject? Before we pivot to the related but unrelated subject of the idea of a complete street policy. You had a sawmill thought?
Yeah, maybe one last.
Sure.
I'm Srinivas and I live on 25 Temple Place.
Uh-huh.
I know, many people have made great points here. Obviously, safety is a big issue, right? Samantha said there were 70 accidents. This gentleman said it's probably much higher. Do we even have a clear idea of how many accidents have happened? Can we get that?
The county has it, and that's where you got the numbers.
We did get some data on that. I'll say two things on the data about accidents at that area. And I think Tim, you can also attest to this. What they report and what actually happens, I don't know why there's a disparity here. I think from my experience, we've pulled the data. I forget what the report is called, but you need to request it. And then they tell you it takes a little bit of time how many accidents have gone on. And Samantha, I don't know, the number for 70 accidents over 10 years definitely is higher because the way they file accidents can be different. So for example, somebody running a red light or somebody being in an accident, these are different kind of codes or ways that they do that. I know that the police report that my kids were involved in when somebody hit them, they were trying to cross the sawmill, that it wasn't filed as it was filed not as an accident, but something else. So as far as the numbers that do we have the numbers for the true accidents? The state does have them, but when you look at them, they're not accurate. It is more than that because of the way that they file them. I don't know how else to explain it, but we do have police reports on them. Sorry, go ahead, Samantha.
Sorry, just to clarify, and I just got this today, and the report says accidents found matching criteria entered, which clearly says Sawmill River Parkway and Grant Street, Pleasantville, Westchester.
Yeah.
So I'm happy to share this document with you. I think actually, Linda, you said you didn't think yours was registered here.
My mother-in-law's, it was Father's Day of 2023. I don't see
And
that.
she didn't find it. I mean, no doubt it's an under, but that was the report that was run just this morning.
And Samantha, this doesn't have timeline, right? Meaning morning, evening type of thing.
No, it just says the date.
Just the date.
Date, location of access.
See, that's another thing that could give really good data, right? I know it's like, maybe I'm a little more skewed because of what happened to our dear friend Freya recently. I work in the city at least 2 or 3 days a week. I'm coming late in the evening, morning when I get to work, 7:15 or 7:30, there's a guard, so maybe I psychologically feel safe. There's a lot of cars, so nobody's going at 70 miles because there's a lot of traffic. But in the evening, things like this happen because, when I'm past 9 o'clock, let's say, a work event and coming back, I'm petrified about crossing the street, even when there's no cars, because somebody could come, and blind, hit you, right? So, I mean, again, in terms of like, we talked about a lot of these things about like, could we slow down and how the DOT's mission is about traffic flow, but it's not all or nothing, right? So you could have different controls in the evenings versus morning, what works, what doesn't work. But at the very minimum, we need to get the data point as to what type of accidents happen in the morning versus evening type of things too, right? And I think we should demand that.
That's a good point.
Thank you.
More data is always better. I will say, I think it is almost certain that DOT would not agree to different rules at different times of day. I think the position they would take is whatever rules exist have to be 24/7, but it's worth the question. All right, anybody else on this subject?
I spoke to people on Zoom on their hand up.
Oh,
Jack and iPad.
okay. Let's go. Thank you for that. Let me get to that. All right. Jack, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thank you very much. Can you guys hear me fine?
Address for the record?
Yeah, we
Yes,
can hear.
it's Jack Tobin. I live at 108 Sarles Lane. I'll be very brief at the risk of perhaps being a bit callous. My heart goes out to the Wallaces, who I like to count among my friends here in the village. And I have not lived here as long as many have who've spoken about the long history of problems at this intersection. I just want to maybe a word of caution on the sense of closing this thing down rashly. I understand emotions are high and so forth, but I perhaps disagree with Andy, and I just think from a realistic point of view, the option is going to be kind of an all or none thing, and any kind of maintaining of the pedestrian access is not going to be entertained if the vehicular crossing is closed. And I just think almost philosophically, we have been sort of ceding pedestrian access to cars for most of the last century, and it's had tremendous impacts. And I don't mean to say like that we're pulling a Robert Moses here, but all over New York City, cars have been, or rather, throughways for cars have cut off neighborhoods from their villages, and that would realistically be an impact here for not an insignificant number of people, many of whom are not village residents. And the last thing I'll say is, and you might think this is a little bit out there, and maybe it is, but I fully think within my lifetime, or at least within our kids' lifetime, cars will be vastly different than they are today, and we'll have so many safety controls and probably be self-driving that this question will be sort of rendered moot, and the extinction of this crossing will be forever. In other words, if we shut it down and then 30 years ago from now, there are massive improvements, no way it gets reopened for anybody. So just one man's opinion. And again, I understand, with everything that's going on, and I don't want to come across as callous to people's concerns at all. I'm just maybe making a small counterpoint. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Art Levy, you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
We can.
Excellent. So I'm at 30 Church Street here in Pleasantville. I'm obviously on a very different side of town than the rest of the folks who have been speaking, but it seems that DOT's attitude, at least as you all on the board have described it, seems to be that the movement of traffic is being prioritized over safety here. And if we can't change that attitude, it seems like a slightly longer commute for the folks who do live in that neighborhood, and even for those of us who use Grant Street as an access point for the sawmill, is really a small price to pay, to keep folks safe and to keep our kids safe. So I again, while I'm not going to be directly affected in terms of my commute to the train station by the closing of Grant Street, I would be very much in favor of that.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Again, as I mentioned earlier, that serious conversation will feel different to folks whose neighborhoods will bear the brunt of new traffic as a result of it. And that's a conversation that we just need to have so that everybody has an opportunity to understand what we could do and what might happen. So, James iPhone, can you hear us? James?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can, yes, we can.
So I'm James Moore, 160 Mountain Road.
Yeah.
I've lived here in the district or in the village my entire life, so 50 years. I actually grew up on Mountain Road. It's always been a very, very hectic area to cross. I think closing it, though, would be the easiest course of action for the DOT to just get it out of the way. I think that the traffic and everything going on for Pleasantville Road would be really problematic. I would suggest, if we go back to the DOT, once again, bring up the rumble strips. I mean, and take a look at the data before offering to close something down, because although right now that makes the most sense for what happened to Freya, it's the easy way out for DOT just to alleviate this problem. And it's their responsibility to find a way to keep everyone safe.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right. Anybody else on this subject before we pivot to the next one?
Which is related to pedestrian and
Right.
car safety. For
Okay,
residents.
so we have tonight on our agenda a proposed resolution to adopt a complete street policy. And the reason we have it is that our folks on the pedestrian safety committee over a period of years have been working in various ways to try to find opportunities to rebalance pedestrian and vehicular traffic. And the reason we propose this resolution is that we need such a resolution in order to access the grant monies that might support the studies of various intersections. So let me just read it so people realize what it is. Purpose: local community policies can establish a sustainable model for a healthy village of Pleasantville. The village of Pleasantville is responsible for funding, operating, and maintaining the majority of the streets and roads in the village of Pleasantville. This complete streets policy will facilitate the highest quality along with consistent implementation of pedestrian transportation systems. Proposed policy: the village of Pleasantville hereby adopts the policy of complete streets as a guiding principle for our infrastructure. Complete streets are defined as facilities that are, quote, designed and operated to enable safe access for all users. Pedestrians are able to safely move along and across a complete street. The village of Pleasantville will support the development of a complete system of pedestrian facilities and safe crossings connecting residences, businesses, and public places. The village of Pleasantville will promote walking for health, environmental sustainability, exercise, and recreation. Village of Pleasantville believes pedestrian safety is always of utmost importance. The village of Pleasantville will illustrate this by encouraging proper signage installed on village streets and roads that alert drivers to pedestrian areas and direct pedestrians to the proper places to cross roads. Pedestrian facilities will be provided in all new construction, reconstruction, and maintenance projects in the village of Pleasantville unless deemed unnecessary by the village of Pleasantville board. Pedestrian facilities will be provided and maintained in accordance with the guidelines adopted by the United States Department of Transportation, the New York State Department of Transportation officials, and the American Association of State and Highway Transportation officials. Site plan and subdivision reviews conducted will incorporate these facilities. So that's the statement. It's a loosey-goosey sort of 50,000-foot policy statement. And the prime advantage of it is that it would allow us, with the assistance of our pedestrian committee, to access grant money that would fund investigation of locations that could stand improvement in this realm. It does not mean that we have committed to doing anything. It doesn't mean that it's a strategy to put sidewalks on every possible street. We can't afford that, nor does that seem like a likely result. But I can tell you that we've done a few things recently, and there are some folks in the room here who have felt as though some of the modest pedestrian improvements, changes in pavement striping, changes in signs, have been the wrong thing to do, have been a solution to a problem some of those neighbors felt like they didn't have. And I think that has given rise to concern that this complete street policy is a stake in the ground that said we're going to do this stuff all over the place. I do think, and folks from our pedestrian committee have been clear, and you're welcome to comment if you wish, that significant kinds of changes in neighborhoods obviously involve a neighborhood outreach and engagement with folks. What's the level of significant is obviously in the eye of the beholder, and perhaps we have miscalculated that in some occasions. But I just want to say as a starting point that from the village board standpoint, and I think from the pedestrian committee standpoint, this isn't some manifesto. It is more of a statement of a goal and the recognition that over a long period of time we could achieve it, and it would help to have some money to do it.
Yeah, I will just add to that. I'm no longer the liaison to the pedestrian committee, but I was for many years. That part of the idea is to have something equivalent to a master plan that looks at not just pedestrian safety, because the whole concept of complete streets is to look at the ways in which everybody in the community shares the street. So it's not only about pedestrian safety, but it's certainly a way of integrating pedestrian safety more thoroughly into something like a master plan. And from a practical perspective, the main reason that we're taking this step, although it represents, goals that we certainly have for the community, is to be eligible for these federal grants that would allow us to consider some of these changes, starting with honestly just an analysis, like an engineering analysis that would be required to have this kind of master plan. So just wanted to add.
Comments welcome.
Okay. I'm going to try to speak loudly enough. Can you hear me? Because we couldn't hear.
I apologize for that.
So tell me if I'm not speaking loud enough.
Okay.
My name is Jennifer Hall, and my husband Sean and I live at 141 Mountain Road in the village. Some of you may know me from the flower garden. I have the garden. So my husband and I have recently been the beneficiaries, along with my other neighbors on Crawford Street, of the pilot walkthrough project, I think is what it was called, to identify certain intersections as examples of this complete streets project for which some improvements would be made. And so our intersection was identified as one of 5 that supposedly were deemed at the top of the list for needing improvements, either based on complaints from village residents or some other perceived problem. So the first thing we noticed was that right outside our living room window one morning was planted a 24-inch by 24-inch bilious yellow T intersection warning sign. So first person I called was poor Eric and said, Eric, why is this sign here? He said, I have no idea, but I'll find out. I'll talk to the pedestrian committee. We'll get back to you. Well, things happened and life went on, and I didn't hear back from Eric, but Eric said he would talk to the pedestrian committee, which led me to believe that any further actions like striping of the pavement with big 3-foot stop letters would be paused. The next day, I look out and lo and behold, they're about to stripe the pavement. And yet Eric hasn't gotten back to me and no one else has gotten back to me. So now I'm usually a mild-mannered person, but I was irate. And so I left messages for Eric, and wonderful Anthony Carr came to visit me. And he's very nice. And he came with Robert Hughes, who's equally nice. And we had a lovely conversation about this sign. And I went through the manual on uniform traffic control devices, which I happen to have read in detail. And I know that section 2C.46 covers intersection warning signs. And why are intersection warning signs typically required? They're required because of lack of visible access to the intersection. So my husband took pictures from Pleasant Avenue, marching all the way up toward Mountain Road, showing that the intersection was clearly visible. Andy's house is right there. There was no lack of visibility. The next thing they look at in the MUTCD is the abbreviation for this manual. The next thing they look at is there a history of accidents at this intersection? Andy Wittenborn's lived there for 50 years. He doesn't remember any accidents. We've lived there for 42 years. We don't remember accidents. That doesn't mean there were none, but we don't remember any. The next one is there any unusual geometry in the intersection? No, it's a standard T intersection like 8 others at Temple, Congress, 8 other intersections that I documented on a map around the village. So no, there's no unusual geometry. So now, is there a need for more than normal concern at this intersection? Is there something unusual? No, there's nothing unusual. It's a standard T intersection. So Eric said, or Anthony said, well, no, Jennifer, you don't know the real reason. It's because Andy Wittenborn's double wide driveway has been mistaken by pedestrians, especially at night, as a continuation of Crawford Street. And he says cars drive up his driveway thinking it's a road. So I go talk to Andy. Andy, did this ever happen? And he laughed in my face and he said, no, Jennifer, cars don't think my driveway's a road. They turn around in my driveway because it's a big driveway, but they don't mistake my driveway for a road. So I thought, okay, we're good. I'm going to go back to Anthony Carr. I'm going to say that the suppositions for this sign being planted here are faulty and the sign will be removed because clearly there is no need for this sign. And he took the sign away from my field of view very nicely, thank you. But he then proceeded to plant it in the yard of my neighbor, saying that, well, actually the sign should have been further from the corner because it wasn't really visible where it was. And while I am grateful that the sign is not in my field of vision because I looked at it right out of my window, and my other neighbor is grateful, Sarah is furious. Because now she feels yet again, going back to the comment you made about communicating with residents and that we will talk to people before we do things. Well, the answer is that they didn't talk to Sarah after they knew I had been upset, and Karen, my opposite neighbor, they didn't talk to Karen or to Sarah before they planted the sign in her yard. And now she's mad at me because word came to her that Jennifer had approved the sign in her yard. And I went, no. I didn't approve it. I wanted it removed. And to date, no one's removing the sign because now Anthony says, well, in my engineering judgment, I think the sign should stay. And for what reason? I've just gone through the traffic code. For what reason does the sign have to stay? So the first thing I'm going to say is, can you please remove the sign from Sarah? Because there doesn't seem to be a need.
Sorry, we put a sign in the middle of your yard?
In the middle of my neighbor's yard, but
it's in the right.
completely occupied
in the
with
village
view
right
full
away.
of-
Strip, yeah, the strip.
Oh, okay, sorry.
In the strip.
I was a little
But it's something they keep them all around, yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
okay, sorry, go ahead.
So anyway, based on that experience, I'm now going to talk to you about the Complete Streets program because if I'm a pilot program for the way communication is done, and I know that the chairwoman of the committee said you've learned from this experience with me, but really the fact that logic and reason and evidence were not sufficient to support the removal of this sign, therefore leads me to have concerns about the Complete Streets policy. And so my husband and I strongly urge the village to postpone a vote tonight on this resolution. First of all, because residents have not been informed at all about the details of this Complete Streets program. They have no idea how this policy, and a policy is a set of actions, you yourself said guidelines, goals that you hope to achieve, right? They have no idea how this policy, once approved, would affect their homes or their neighborhoods over the coming years, because these things happen slowly. It's not going to be like tomorrow. It might be 10 years from now that some of these things get implemented. So over the weekend, because this was so upsetting to my soul, I visited over 100 homes in Mountain Road and Sarles. I did every home on Sarles, and I didn't do Pleasant Avenue, sorry if you're on Pleasant Avenue, because I had an engagement to go to. I handed out the resolution that you just read, but also in the course of trying to understand what is this Complete Streets program that is on the agenda for approval, but with no mailings to us as residents, no communications to us as residents. So I found my way to the New York State DOT website. And on that website, there's a list of 13 design criteria for complete streets. Some of them are horrifying if you are used to living in a more rural neighborhood, and if you've just gone through the experience that we just went through where de facto signs appear with no communication. Now you get even more worried when you look at these 13 criteria, the first of which is sidewalks. They're not even in alphabetical order, so I could have said they were in alphabetical order, maybe it's random, but no. The New York State DOT, their first criteria is sidewalks, and indeed, in an ideal community, you would have sidewalks from one end of a village to the other, so that people in motorized wheelchairs or pedestrians could navigate from one end of the village to the other safely without ever having to put a foot in the road except at crosswalks. That would be a wonderful thing if a village were designed for that. But I, like many residents, I live in a more secluded, quiet, rural part of our village. Mountain Road is a sleepy backwater. Mountain is a dead-end street. Sarles is a dead-end street. Pleasant Avenue is a dead-end street. The crossroads are small. And so today, for example, I did a vehicle and pedestrian study for 12 hours. I documented for our little intersection.
You gotta run for the board.
I documented, and I have the documentation and 2 PowerPoint charts, not with me. But anyway, I documented from which side vehicles approach, by hour, how many hours, how many pedestrians, from which approach, whether there were ever pedestrians and vehicles in the intersection at the same time, how often, were there ever more than one car in the intersection at the same time? The answer is that on average, there are 5 pedestrians per hour in the intersection of Mountain and Crawford Street. 5 per hour. So what, 5 into 60?
Yeah, 26 cars.
And 26 cars on average per hour, right? And so there's not much traffic, but yet my intersection was flagged as one of the 5 most dangerous in the village. And so
I don't
Now I
I
get,
don't know that that's the case.
Well,
It
I was
arose
one
for
of
some
the
reason that I don't know
five.
the answer to, but
they
I
said it was because of complaints, village complaints.
that might be true, but that's
The
different
people
from
had
saying
said
it's one of the 5 most dangerous.
This of all the intersections
Yes.
was such a dangerous intersection that we were picked for this pilot program. And yet the data shows that there's on average 5 people, often no people, and 26 cars per hour, which 1 every 2.5 minutes. And almost never are people and cars in the intersection at the same time. So I will continue. When I walked through the village and I just said to residents, I said, look, I'm not an alarmist, I'm not a Paul Revere, I'm not a rabble rouser, but I don't know what this policy is. I don't know how this policy is going to be implemented. And by the way, the definition of the word policy is that it is a set of actions, approved by a government or committee or board. And so the word action was in my mind, that this Complete Streets policy is a set of actions to be implemented by this village regarding this concept of complete streets. So the common complaint I heard, however, when I went through the village talking to people, was that what people were really concerned about was that some cars, not all cars, but some cars were not obeying posted speed limits. And some cars, not all cars, were not obeying stop signs at intersections. That's one of the things I think actually that led us to be on the top 5 hit parade here was the fact that yes, there are cars, I can tell you, my husband and I observed them today, that do not always do a full stop at the stop signs. Despite, and for today, I will tell you, today they striped on the pavement those big 3-foot letters in white, stop, in front of the stop signs on Mountain Road. Not 5 minutes after they striped them on the road, because I was sitting there all day, did I see the cars start to come through, and the behavior did not change at all. Zero. They just came through as if those giant letters, which Brian Murphy, who lives next to Andy, he came out of his house going, oh no. You could see him. He just walked back in the house. He was shaking his head. He came out again to look because no one had gone to Brian, for whom this is visible. He walks out of his front door and he's seeing these big letters. No one went to Brian to say, by the way, what do you think if we stripe the roadway in front of you? No, he just ended up coming out and seeing them already finished striping the roadway going, my God, this is what I'm going to be seeing from my living. So my comment is, so I talked to my other neighbor, Jake Harrison. I don't know if any of you know Jeremy and Jake. He lives in Adrian's old house. If you knew Adrian McGuire, the older man who he had a flower garden also. Anyway, Jake used to be a New York State policeman. And he said, Jennifer, why are we going through all of this? Because he said what is really needed is law enforcement action. He said, you know, you're jumping up to the 5 steps ahead with all this signage and you know, planting T intersection signs that have nothing to do with slowing down traffic. They have to do with warning about an intersection. And now we have big signs in the roadway when what is needed is a police presence, not just at Mountain Road, but at various places throughout the village to hand out some tickets and change behavior. And my analogy is that you can put a sign in a bank that says, bank robberies not permitted here. That is not going to stop the bank robbery. And the people who go through the stop signs, who don't stop fully stop signs, they know the stop signs are there. They're residents of our neighborhood. looking at the traffic flow this morning, I could tell they were residents. There were a few, there were lawnmowers that came, there were some prime deliveries, there were some construction equipment contractors and so forth, but the bulk of it was residents. You see the same cars, and I saw the cars coming home that left this morning.
As with so many things, the enemy is us.
The enemy is us. And so these signs that purport to warn them of an upcoming stop sign, they know full well the stop sign is there. So that's why it made no difference to put the big letters in the roadway, because they already knew the stop sign was there. This wasn't news to them. And so it didn't affect any change of their behavior. It just made it ugly for the neighborhood to look at poor Brian to look out on us. So before proceeding further with this policy, it is our firm belief, and I don't know if it's shared by others, but that the village should first develop the master plan. And I think there's a long way you can go towards this, even without funding. Just my little simple, 12-hour study today is a start in terms of doing this. But we need to decide and have a document, a master plan that says for each neighborhood and with the input of those neighbors, not with the input of the committee, and then suddenly we get a sign for which there is no foundation that now no one will remove, because that sign is stuck in Sarah's yard. If somebody removed it and said we made a mistake, that would be a good thing. But it's there, and everybody's sort of pointing fingers this way, going, well, the pedestrian committee says, well, maybe Andy, can reconsider. And Andy says, maybe the pedestrian committee can reconsider, and nobody is taking away the sign for which there's no foundation. So after the residents have then had a chance to review this master plan and to look for their area and say, oh my gosh, they're putting sidewalks in my area. Then we have a discussion, are sidewalks appropriate in that area? Or, oh, I see, they want to put raised bumpy crosswalks, the noisy kind that when cars go over, you hear the sound. Seems like a good concept. It's like rumble strips, right? Except it's noisy. And so you're solving one thing by putting the raised crosswalk in, but you're giving noise to the neighbors who are near it. Maybe they would like that noise, or maybe they wouldn't object to it. But often those type of raised crosswalks come with a sign 50 feet further back that says to the approaching driver, warning, pedestrian crossing up ahead. So now some other unfortunate neighbor has planted in their yard a post with a sign of some dubious color that they then have to mow around. And that's one of Sarah's complaints. She's already got a street sign, she's got some other sign, and now she's got a third sign that she has to try to mow around, which just makes it even longer and harder for her to mow. And then with regard to sidewalks, if I can just say a little bit more about sidewalks. Many residents may not be aware that, because I say this because some of the people I spoke with were not aware, that the village actually owns the first 12 feet, 10 feet, pick your number. Yeah. They own the first part of the property bordering the road, and they have the authority and the right to do with that property as they reasonably deem appropriate. Usually it's for signage or these kinds of things, but if as a village, a resolution following this policy, complete streets policy, we deem that sidewalks are important, we will fund them, we think we need sidewalks, they would have the right to take minimum 4 feet, more likely 5 feet with a curb, with maybe a grass median, maybe 6 feet, something on that order, maybe a little bit more if you need a retaining wall to support the sidewalk. something on that order they could take of our property legitimately and legally.
Yes.
Right? And so that causes great distress, right? That causes great distress, especially for someone who has landscaped their yard. You know, now I've got mature plants, and there are other people who have very substandard, very deficient front yard setbacks, who are already very close to the road. They were on Sarles. And so for them, the thought of another 5 feet moving the road closer to their house, that was horrifying because they already don't have very much of a front yard. The other thing that goes with the sidewalks, and I don't know how the village does this here, but do residents pay half of the cost for the sidewalks that are constructed?
Let's just back up a little bit. If we were to install new sidewalks, the village would pay for that. Thereafter, the maintenance of the sidewalk and the shoveling of it is the
Yes.
responsibility of the homeowner. Nobody is talking about putting sidewalks on Sarles Lane or Mountain.
We don't
No,
have the
I'm
money
just saying the
for it.
policy, you
Right.
see, we
No,
start
hear me
with-
out, hear me out. There are a few places where there have been significant numbers of people who want sidewalks and significant number of people who don't. And we've been through an extended conversation over the years with various neighbors. Nanahagan is one good example. From Broadway up to the entrance by the country club. Where at one point in time, some neighbors were very, very much pressing for sidewalks. Other neighbors were very, very much opposed. And that is a good example of what you were just describing, where the landscape, and especially in some situations, we may officially own the right of way to do it, but it would require retaining walls or building berms and all kinds of things. Same story. Many people are very much interested and totally understandably in sidewalks along Washington Avenue. Would very much like to see sidewalks. In a perfect world, that would be a great thing. It's an extraordinarily difficult place to put sidewalks because on the high side, you've already got driveways that are, you know, at a very severe angle. And on the low side, houses on the train track side of Washington are many of them below the level of the roadway or significantly below. And many of them have, as you have seen, parking pads that have been built over decades, frequently not by the current homeowner, but by a previous homeowner. And to build sidewalks there would involve disrupting all of that and moving telephone poles, moving fire hydrants, building retaining walls. All those things go into it. So there are certainly places where it's easy to say sidewalks would be great. Washington Avenue, I think, is one of them. Nobody in my many years on this board has ever talked about building sidewalks on Sarles or Mountain. And I don't want neighbors there to feel as though what we have been talking about in concept with this complete streets policy suggests the creep of sidewalks into every possible location, because it doesn't. We couldn't possibly afford it.
Policy does, it just, so because the village was not clear, there was no communication to the residents about it. My first knowledge was a little line item in your agenda, which then led me to the draft proposal with, the first I'd heard of it, right?
So
I
I
showed
understand.
to other residents, it's the first they've heard of it. Now I go to the New York State Complete Streets website, and now sidewalks are very much a part of what they are listing as actions that they would like to see. So it was not unreasonable to get to this conclusion before coming here tonight.
Sure, but I just want to point out that what you proposed, which is that we have a kind of global plan for the village, in which we look at, you know, different neighborhoods and look at pedestrian safety issues and car issues and stuff like that, and engage the communities. That's precisely what this complete streets thing is aiming towards. Like what you experience in your neighborhood, and that's a separate issue, has nothing to do with this, except that it is something that the pedestrian committee has engaged in. That's the only thing that it has in
Well, we
common.
were a pilot
It's not-
program for that.
No,
complete streets is
no,
what
you
I
were not a pilot
understood.
program for complete streets. So this is, so first of all, this is a very incremental process. As you yourself pointed out, these things don't happen, overnight. Basically what we're considering tonight says is we would like Pleasantville to be safer for everyone, and we would like to have a kind of overview of what we can potentially do to improve pedestrian and car safety and so on. And complete streets is, as you've seen on the New York site, it's a terminology and an approach to looking at planning of communities, that has been going on for a while. But it doesn't state anything concretely about how that would manifest itself. And so
the 13 design elements are very concrete. When you go to the New York State website, it says design elements, and you open that up and here you find things.
okay, but nothing requires us to adhere to a specific, set of things. We can curtail that however we want to our own community, right? It's not like a cookie cutter thing that we are obliged to sort of
It's just
impose
that
on.
after the experience with the sign.
I understand, and I sympathize with your concerns.
No, but I'm saying on the heels of that, literally.
Yeah.
In fact, in the midst of that.
Right.
I see this agenda item with no communication leading me to the New York State website, which then it starts a thing, right? Because there's no guidance as to which of these elements you would intend to invoke where.
I understand, but what I'm saying is that I actually think that the approach that we're taking with this is very much in keeping with what you say you would like, which is a more long-term, thoughtful process. So this involves, part of the problem that we have right now is that to make decisions about pedestrian safety is we're limited to our superintendent of public works, who's an engineer and who's very capable, and to our pedestrian committee, right? So we have, and to our village staff, but we have sort of a limited expertise to really sort of look into these issues. And so what we're hoping to tap into is some funding that would allow us to bring a more professional look into these issues and do it in a more formalized process and in a less ad hoc way. So what I'm saying is that I actually think that what we're doing with this is more in keeping with the approach that you yourself are suggesting. So
what I would say is, can we show some good faith by removing the sign from Sarah? Because the evidence, the documentation that I put forth regarding the reason for the sign demonstrates that there's no reason for the sign. And so looking at going forward at other decisions you might make, decisions regarding raised crosswalks, decisions regarding striping of bicycle lanes, decisions regarding other signage, warning, pedestrian crossing 50 feet ahead. All these kinds of things are very intrusive and very unpleasant, although in certain cases they may be needed. Certainly anything approaching the center of town, it's not unreasonable because of the heavy traffic. But in an area like mine that has 5 pedestrians per hour and 26 cars per hour, one worries that decisions will be made, even with an expert, regarding things in which we as residents will not have a voice to override, as I, with all of the logic and studying the code and clearly saying no one drives up Andy's driveway, which was the reason you gave me for the sign, have not been able to convince anyone to remove the sign. And so that leads me to not have trust that the board is going to listen to its residents and not say, oh, but we have a policy that is approved, and oh, we hired an expert and he's the engineer and he knows, and we have to defer to his expertise, and you're just the resident. And so very, very sorry, you're getting raised crosswalks, you're getting, warning pedestrian crossing, you're getting whatever. And so,
If I
Yeah,
could,
I hear what you're saying. Oh, Yami, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
yeah, I just wanted to interject here. Thanks for coming tonight. I wanted to make one point because I think that this is an interesting, these two issues that have been brought up tonight. One about, I do respect the point about communication between what's going on the board and in the village to residents. I mean, that's been one of the biggest things I wanted to connect with and even run for the board. I would say that this seems to be an issue that comes up a lot where polling the group of, like, I'm on Pleasant myself, polling what could be done and then what's actually done seem like it doesn't necessarily always end the way that everybody wants it to. So for example, on Pleasant, we noticed it was a lot of speeding going on. And I had spoken with Anthony about what measures could be done. We said we could do a speed sign, we could do these white stripping things. Not everybody was in agreement with it. It was a suggestion made. It was made with this painting stuff that it was kind of jarring for some people that weren't aware of it. Usually on my perspective, if something is going to change, you want to pull as many people as possible. But just like in some ways, the issue with the sawmill, we are somewhat divided sometimes on what we want for a neighborhood. And especially if it affects your front yard. I know that I've had signage in my front yard. I'm a corner lot on Pleasant. And sometimes there's the village obviously owns the majority of my property, actually, because that is what a corner lot is, which I later learned as a homeowner. But I think that I don't know if this issue will be resolved for you specifically. I don't know the measures of how that happens, as I'm still learning different things. But I do know that the communication between the board and its residents can be improved. And it seems like you've also communicated with so many people on your street, which is fantastic, especially about this issue. I'd be curious how many of those were in favor of this sign or agreed with that people do run that light. There's obviously a reason why the pedestrian committee did bring this to light if there was complaints made.
I can tell you that in the area surrounding the intersection, so we have Andy Wittenborn. He looked at the back of the sign, but he didn't see a need for the sign. We have Brian Murphy next to Andy. He didn't see a need for the sign. We have us and we have Karen McQuidden across the way, both of whom looked directly at the sign in the windows and wrote letters. We have Sarah, who now has the sign, who also wrote a letter complaining about the sign when it was not on her property. We have Jake Harrison on the other side, who looked at the sign diagonally and also wrote a letter, former New York State policeman, suggesting law enforcement is the best option. Those are the four people, 6 people.
Right. So Jennifer, I think you have made yourself very clear.
No, I'm just answering her.
No, I agree. My only point is, it's getting late and there may be others who want to offer commentary.
Maybe
Right.
Terry could speak. Oh, sorry. I just thought it'd be nice to have the perspective of, we have one of the co-chairs of the pedestrian committee, just so that we can have a little bit more of a.
Hi, I'm Sharon Conway. I'm one of the members of the pedestrian committee, and I did have the pleasure to speak to the Halls. I met them prior to the meeting. So this evening, I've heard a lot of concerns about safety in our village. Everything from a major tragedy, a terrible accident, and accidents that have been happening because of people running red lights on the Sawmill Parkway, which is horrible. I think, yes, we need to focus on that. I think what we've done as a pedestrian committee is there's been a twofold focus on safety. Just to clarify, the intersection was not identified as one of the top dangerous intersections in the village. However, the village does have jurisdiction over the village streets, and they can assess and implement necessary changes for safety. In the more complex areas, the county and the state roads, we do need something like complete streets so that we can fund the larger engineering studies and those engineering studies then provide data with, to the village, so that the village can then decide whether or not to implement, or whether or not to, pursue grants in order to implement some of the safety measures. I will say I find it very concerning. I thank you for doing the traffic study, because I find it very concerning that a village area that is concerned with safety is not as concerned with 5 pedestrians and 26 cars in an intersection, and it's just accepted that they run that stop sign. I don't think that's any less dangerous than running a red light. I think it's definitely an intersection that is flagged for safety there in that area. And I guess I understand why the residents came to us, because there is an element of safety on that intersection, as they have seen themselves. And I think as residents of the village, we all have to be responsible, and as responsible drivers, we have to be responsible, because we cannot depend on our police officers to be stationed at every intersection at all times throughout the village. So yes, there does need to be an improvement in identification of areas and identification of the rules and the regulations. If a stop sign isn't working and the reflectors aren't working, the painting of the streets, might be something that is necessary. The signage might be something that is necessary. I do want to thank the village for supporting the safety within the village. I think that's very, very important. And I will say that in speaking to the halls, and what I said to them is something that we've learned and we've discussed in the pedestrian committee, is that we will be continuing to do the walkthroughs. They are based on residents coming to us and asking us for something to be done in a specific area, a specific intersection. We will be reaching out to the residents in the area. We haven't decided yet on a periphery, but I'll just say maybe a 3 or 4 block area, and also giving a 6-week lag time before something is implemented. Does not mean it won't change the implementation of what is decided on for safety. What I've learned personally being on this committee is that our village engineer is very knowledgeable and very willing to work with the people in the community and the safety of the community. So please, the pedestrian committee is always open to everyone coming at all times. And I think we do need to focus on safety. And yes, the village does own some right of way, and that is for safety. But I do think we should go through with complete streets, because I think we need the engineering studies, and I think we need the access to the grant money that can, improve safety, not just in the heart of the village. The village is the entire village. It's all 2 miles of the village. If it's your tiny little intersection with 1 stop sign, or it's a large major thoroughfare, we have to consider safety in all areas. Was recently a student who wrote a letter to the examiner about his concern at 14 years old of safety in the village. And so we also need to listen to everyone and everything that is going on in the village. So the focus on safety is tremendous, and we're trying and we're improving and we're learning from our experiences. So there will be more communication, absolutely. But I think we should continue with these streets, and with the focus also on the village and the village engineer involvement with the safety committee and with the board to improve safety on local streets. So thank you. And please, anyone feel free to reach out to the pedestrian committee.
When do you meet and where?
So we meet by Zoom, but there's an email, it's on the website, that's available all the time.
But I mean, to attend your meetings, when do you meet and where?
We're actually just sort of revamping, but we can give you the, the schedule for committee meetings. But absolutely, if you'd like to join, just send a request to the committee. And thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Terry.
Hi.
Hi.
Linda Natale, 175 Mountain Road. As a mother of a rising senior, I fully agree with what the village is doing. I myself personally have probably in the last 3 months almost been hit from one of those intersections. Depending on when pictures were taken, if you come up and the car is blowing the stop sign on Sarles coming up Crawford, the big bushes are there. You want to implement fines to those people that aren't keeping up with their property maintenance. Maybe that's a way to go. just with the construction that was on Mountain with Con Ed in the last 2 weeks, there was 2 accidents on that corner. Because a car was parked on the corner, they didn't know a car was coming this way, the truck went this way. So the accidents are there. You can't do a study of that area during finals and when teachers who are normally going and coming from work that aren't. Most schools are done right now. My son hasn't been in school since last Thursday. James Moore, like the people around there who have young drivers. A lot of them are school teachers or students that aren't in your study 12 hours today. My son didn't leave the house today till 3 o'clock. Usually he's back and forth 5 times.
But I actually got many more students in the roads, actually.
Because they're going in for finals, but it's not that normal traffic study. I liked coming home today and seeing the big letters stop. And you can't base something on 12 hours that's gonna be there. I literally moved into my house, Mountain Road is tight. I bought little people, put them all up and down my street, nobody parked in front of my house. I yell at my own husband when I can't make the left out of my driveway because my hedges are up. It's tight there, it needs to be done. During the day, the village is changing, there's more kids now that are growing up that are driving.
Another time, that's all I had was one.
Right, but I'm saying we can't do it and you can't speak for a whole neighborhood. I do agree with communication and everybody on the board knows how I feel about that transparency between the board and the residents. But as a resident of a young driver and with much more driving age kids on that street, especially on Mountain where it's tight. I like it, keep it, happy to be on a committee to have it continue. Don't love the back the sidewalks over there, but you make it work, but it has to be safe. And I think people will be conditioned to seeing the word stop and the stop signs there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just, I lived on Sarles Lane.
Name and address
I-
if you would for the record.
I've probably lived on Sarles Lane longer than most of you have lived in Pleasantville. So,
We need your name and address for the record.
Oh.
Sorry.
Mary Holloway.
Yes.
Now,
Address if you would.
117 Sarles.
Got it. Sorry to
Okay.
be a pain in the
So
neck. It's just a
tonight when we
requirement
were
for
coming
the.
to come to this meeting, I saw my lovely neighbors who are out every night with their kids. It's like a nursery school. It's so wonderful. It's become just this, and it was like that when I was a little kid, but this is even better. There's so many little kids. It's just beautiful. And my neighbors had no idea about this complete street thing. And they had no idea about any of this. And I would only suggest that we take the time to educate people, the pros, the cons, and let them, because it's gonna affect their lives. Let them participate. They had no idea. They go, what? I mean, and these people are gonna be there for a long time. Their little toddlers are really, it's a wonderful community. It really is. I won't be there, but they will. And I'm thinking about them. So I think we should take the time to educate. Unfortunately, goodwill alone, we all know that everyone here has goodwill, but the state. So before we commit to anything, we need to educate. That's all.
So just to be clear, the state has nothing to do with this. They have their parameters that Jennifer made reference to. There are thousands of websites about complete streets and they all have a different flavor. The state has plenty of control over the streets they own. Further to our Sawmill discussion, they own Manville. They don't own any of our small residential streets and they have no impact on it whatsoever. So
Is it possible that rather than do this complete, are you able to, let's say, I certainly understand people wanting sidewalks on Washington Avenue because people like to walk and Washington Avenue is not real safe and they're walking Washington Avenue. But I think that, to have a blanket thing without educating people what that could mean, pros and cons, they were totally unaware. I say, can we hold off and make everybody aware? That's all.
Just to be clear, we're not, this is not sidewalks all over Pleasantville.
That's not the point.
Some people would love that, but there's no way we would have the money or the resources to do that. In fact, this isn't saying anything concrete is going to happen at all.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is, There has to be guidelines on how these things can happen. My neighbors have to know about it. My neighbors have to know what that could mean, pro and con. Now, I've lived on this street on and off in my life because we are in a family home for a very long time. It's a very nice neighborhood. It is not an unsafe neighborhood. Safety also has to include the personal responsibility of a person. I cross the parkway all the time. I've been doing it since I was a little girl. It can be a very dangerous situation. But there's a lot of precautions that I take with it. I step way back, we have that thing, and I wait until I see everybody slowing down. Otherwise, I don't cross. At night, I can see where that's a pretty scary situation if you're crossing at night. Is there another way? Can we have a crosswalk? Things we have to explore before we write something in cement that we can't change. And I want my neighbors to be educated about complete streets so that they can decide how they feel about it. They don't even know it's out there.
It's just, nothing is being written in cement. Like, basically, it's just a statement saying we would like our community to be safer for everyone who passes through it. Like that's basically what we're saying.
And not
We have to
passing,
say, what does that look like?
not passing this
Well,
would not
what-
prevent us from doing what happened on your street.
What does that look like is like 4 steps down the line from where we are
Could we
right now.
not
Like,
pass
we're
it
not.
right away and could we just educate people and then decide whether or not to pass
But
it?
the education process you're talking about, like, that can only happen if we take this first step, because.
Why is that?
Because we need to get funding in order to even look at some of these possibilities.
We don't need funding to
like-
educate though, we need volunteers.
Well, we have that, and we do have a pedestrian committee that, you know, is all volunteer and is interested in educating people, but we're talking about, we're talking about, you know, having people who are experts actually look at the village and see what the possibilities are. But we're not at the point of saying we're gonna do X, Y, and Z. We don't even know what X, Y, and Z are at this point. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I think
basically-
people of the neighborhoods that this could possibly affect need to
This-
know what it entails.
This
And
this
that
program,
doesn't mean that you aren't going to end up doing it. It just means when I looked at the blank expressions of my neighbors tonight, I said, well, you know, they were not, you know, was like, what, huh?
This is
Ugh.
not-
And they weren't happy about it, so I'm not
what is
saying
it that
that you
they're-
don't
But what is it? I don't, like.
complete streets.
Yes, but what do they imagine that means? Because I'm saying, I feel
Sidewalks,
like.
Raised sidewalks,
Yeah.
taking their property, things like that.
oh, so
That's-
You
just
may never do that.
Nobody's gone
But if
anywhere
you
near.
can do it, somebody may come along who
That's
does
not
it.
even on the horizon.
just to be clear,
Mhm.
whether or not we opt to make this resolution, which will allow us to qualify for grant funding, we could put sidewalks anywhere that we want.
We
It
have
does not-
no plans.
We're not going to do it because it's fantastically expensive. And if we have any money for sidewalks, it will probably be the neighborhood that fights the hardest for it that actually gets it. It's the opposite problem that you're imagining. So all of this is a statement of principle that allows us to qualify for funding to study parts of the village that frankly you probably don't live in.
But I care about people who don't live in my neighborhood.
Yeah, but it's about qualifying for funding to study the safety of different neighborhoods in the village, period. That's all that we're doing.
I'll give you an example oh, sorry, let me just say this really quick. I'll give you an example of something that the pedestrian committee has talked about as a possibility, but again, this is just an abstraction at this point, is looking at Washington Avenue. So Washington Avenue from Manville to Edgewood roughly is a very wide street there. So there's a question there, is there a way to make that area safer for pedestrians? So and we don't have an answer to that at that point, but that's the sort of question that we would be posing potentially. But I mean, that's like, we're talking about, at this point, we're not even at the point of asking that question, if you understand what I'm saying. Anyway, Yemi, you had something to say, sorry.
No, I just wanted to say it sounds like the bigger issue is, you know, village residents want to be communicated with before issues like come up for them, right? Sometimes that's possible and sometimes it's not. Like if there's a big water main break and something has to be dug up and it's in village property, like, you know, it's an emergency. But sidewalks and the complete streets, I think we're getting mixed up here because for a long time, I think I felt actually quite similar about complete streets. I think Terry, you know, we've spoken about this, you know, I'm now the liaison with pedestrian committee. I served on the pedestrian committee before I was on the board. You know, I live on Pleasant. So a lot of that side of Pleasantville, I grew up in Pleasantville. I grew up off Washington. We always had sidewalks. Like I'm right off of Washington on Grandview where I grew up. So very different kind of neighborhood. But the complete streets is just studying what areas could possibly be safer. There's no action steps yet. There's 0 action steps with complete streets. Am I correct in saying that, Terry?
Yeah, you are. I mean, it does sound like there was a failure of communication with this incident, with this,
Right, what happened?
these things that were involved, and that's something I think that maybe we need to look into. You know, and
The signs and striping at the halls was not like a prototype for complete streets.
no,
It was a response to complaints that came to the pedestrian committee. Whether the cure was worse than the disease is a subject for further conversation. What we're not talking about using that corner as a prototype that every corner all around Pleasantville will look like. And we're not talking about the goal of having sidewalks in every possible location. One of the gifts of Pleasantville is that neighborhoods are different and they develop a different character and people sort themselves to those neighborhoods for different reasons based on the character of those neighborhoods. And it wouldn't be appropriate, in my opinion, to be slamming sidewalks through at every street because in many cases they're not necessary. Almost certainly we couldn't afford it. But what one interesting example where the complete streets funding could come into play in a big way is if we really were serious about closing the Grant Street crossing at the Sawmill, in which case a whole lot of unintended or related effects will start to happen. What's going to happen with traffic? What does that mean for pedestrians? We're already in an environment where kids who are trying to walk to school from, you know, more the direction of Choate Lane, finding their way down Manville into the downtown. Yeah, there's some pretty crummy places right there. And you know, I can assure you, obviously, if the Grant Street entrance was closed, that's going to have a very significant effect in that Parkway Terrace zone and that whole neighborhood. And it's going to have a very significant effect on how cars start to rearrange. Those are the kinds of things that require, you know, big planning studies, $150,000. So my point about this isn't some stealth effort where we should write out to the community and say, we are establishing a flag in the ground that we're going to try to put sidewalks everywhere and big letters that say stop at every intersection. That's not what we're doing.
I'm sure you don't have that intention. I am,
Right.
but I think it's just important that my neighbors and that other people in the town be aware of what this is, that you're going to get funding, that how would you choose where to put? I'm all for sidewalks, but you certainly don't need them on Sarles Lane. But the point is, if you could put them on Sarles Lane, maybe somebody not as open-minded as you or as aware as you down the line future is going to say, oh, yeah,
That's not going to be because of complete streets, honestly.
I
hear you. I have a feeling that folks have gotten riled up over the perception that there's some stealth effort to do something that wasn't the intent.
I'm in Cock, I live on Sarles Lane, and I think you're right. What happened is, in their case, that's fine, because I've lived in that neighborhood forever. I mean, there's no intersection that's perfectly safe. And no signage is going to straighten out the mentality of people who want to run a stop sign.
Thankfully, that's true.
Yeah, I mean, this is, you're not going to correct human nature. But what I do think's wrong, and does set the wrong tone is these signs were slammed up. They're not needed. They do affect the aesthetics of, and Pleasantville doesn't have low taxes. Yeah. And
We try.
my question. Well, they don't. No, I don't either, like they don't. But my question is, given the mistake made, not, I'm sure there was no intent, everybody was very busy getting something done. But when one recognizes its effect on someone, and it's not necessary, is it correctable? Will those signs?
So we'll look at that. I
Yeah.
mean, honestly,
I mean, can
this
one
isn't,
appeal and?
right, this has not been a matter that this board has been engaged in. Other than in a very big picture, I couldn't have told you what was planned at that intersection. We'll all go look, we can talk to Anthony, we can talk to the halls, obviously, lots of conversation has been had. But what I will say is, and I'm conscious of this every single day, there are so many things that go on that would benefit from very direct outreach, and I think overall we do a pretty good job, but we run pretty lean and mean.
Yeah, I
And
understand.
it's hard to cover every base, but I can tell you, just for everyone's benefit, I've been on this board a very long time, and there has never been a conversation ever about putting sidewalks in a neighborhood without a robust conversation with the
Yeah,
neighborhood.
that I
That
understand.
absolutely never has happened, and I can tell you, in most of those conversations, the result has been no sidewalks, which has been painful to advocates for them, so.
And some, I
Yeah.
wanted to ask one question, when they put those apartments up that are, what is the name of that street? Right up parallel to the parkway, you put those.
What?
And then you put this, thing in near the post office.
Yes.
What studies were done? Because I have never seen, I can't get parking and traffic is jammed. And we
So-
have more parking and less parking space. What? No, I just
Yeah.
wanted to know,
So,
was a study done for that?
Yes.
Okay.
and I can tell you, I can tell you for sure that both of those apartment buildings have indoor parking for
Yes,
all
for
their
their
residents.
cars.
And I have to say, and maybe your experience is different, I've stood in front of those for various reasons. And the same is true of the building at 3rd and Washington. You can stand in front of that driveway for a long time, no cars
And
coming
you
around.
don't see cars.
There's relatively little activity there. The activity
Will they
we're
be
seeing,
feeding into that parkway area and, in other words, the traffic will, because I imagine a lot of those people work, so they
yeah, I
come.
mean, I think, sure, it hasn't been a problem. There were traffic studies. So here's what I would say. I don't want to shut anyone off, but it's 10:41 and we
Yeah, I agree.
have a bunch of resolutions to do. So if somebody has something new to say, please say it. If they don't, I assure you that, among the things that's clear here is that we have some opportunities to do a better job with engaging folks like you who, because you care about your neighborhood and your village, and
Yeah.
that's kind of the
It
highest
shouldn't be us
compliment for
against
everybody.
them, or we should.
It isn't, I really think, and that's not, and I include the pedestrian committee in this. These folks are working extraordinarily hard and in a very methodical way, and certainly not trying to harm anybody's interests. So when we ruffle feathers, let's talk about it, and we'll continue to do so.
Absolutely. We really appreciate you guys coming out.
Thanks for coming out, and thanks also for the pedestrian committee for all the work that you guys do. We very much depend on you.
Helen Muir, 3 Hayes Hill Road. I fully support complete streets. I have proposed it myself in the past, when I was involved with Sustainable Westchester in the Transportation Committee. I know a lot of people who know a lot about complete streets, and Terry and I have been talking about that. Terry on the pedestrian committee. There are many places that Pleasantville can benefit from a complete streets policy. And my understanding that it is, if you touch a street, you have to consider everything that uses the street, and that means cars, pedestrians and bicycles, possibly horses.
Bring it on.
You have to, so the complete streets is just something saying if we decide to change this street in any way, we have to consider anything that might be using this street. So that's what complete streets means. It doesn't mean sidewalks, it doesn't mean bicycle lanes, it means how can we make this safe for everybody if we touch it? So that said, I think we need bicycle access to Graham Hills, Pace University, the bike path. We need to be able to walk to school and the pool. We need to reduce the speed in the village. We do need bike lanes if we have wider roads. And I think that some of you know, and all of you know, my daughter was hit by a car walking from Pleasantville to Chappaqua on Bedford Road. There are no sidewalks. There is no way to get from Pleasantville to Chappaqua on foot in a safe way.
So that
And
is.
that was in 2014.
It was
That
on
is-
Washington, right?
No.
He was on
it's not
Bedford
Or she was on
Road.
So-
Bedford.
Just-
On the
Oh, on Bedford
on
on
the
117.
west side, that is, that last
Pierce
gap
Dri-
from
Pierce
Pierce
Drive.
to Smith is about to be resolved.
The what?
The last gap, you can walk on a sidewalk from the old village, all past Foxwood and on, all the way to Pierce.
Yes.
There will soon be, and it's been a fraught, long process, having to do with a long process about the development of the Springfield Court. There will be a sidewalk from Pierce to Smith,
Yes.
and that last piece will be in place. Will that be a great place to walk, or still not? Right? It's still on a crappy curve, but there will be a sidewalk.
Well, I'm very happy to hear that,
All right.
but I'm telling you, it's a nightmare to have you or your kids walk anywhere
sure.
where there isn't a safe place to
Yes.
walk. It doesn't necessarily have to be a sidewalk. It can just be an area that is not on the road. And some of the corners and some of the small hills in the village cause blind spots. So I just think that we should all understand complete streets is not about pushing for sidewalks everywhere. It's about making pedestrian and bicycle safety as important as traffic. And I urge you to adopt the complete streets policy so you can move forward with grants. Thank you.
Any other comments? Yeah.
Sean Ball, 141 Mountain Road. I just want to say, if you adopt this thing, what I would like is that you put some kind of words in there that says the scope is limited. And that you are definitely not going to put sidewalks everywhere, because I trust that as long as you're mayor, no problem. So don't retire.
Oh, God.
You do, get somebody else who thinks it would be a dandy idea to put sidewalks everywhere.
We don't have the money for it. Like, that's
I
the
know
bottom
you say that
line.
now, but
I don't know what,
We don't even come close.
I don't know what my colleagues will agree with me or not. My view is we should hold this resolution tonight, and we should have this resolution on at our next meeting. And in the meantime, we should wordsmith this a bit so that the intent and the scope of it is better understood.
Correct.
I don't know what my colleagues think about that.
That's all.
Anyone?
I mean, I'm not
I am
comfortable.
wholeheartedly in support of complete streets.
I'm not comfortable with saying that we're not going to put in sidewalks or something that specific. I don't
I didn't
think
mean
that's
that.
an issue.
Yeah.
I don't know. I personally would move ahead with it, but.
I think that I don't know how long we would postpone it for. Would it be just one the next meeting? Is that all? Is that what you're proposing?
My sense of this is that we can postpone this to our next meeting, and in the meantime, clarify what it's about. Yes.
Hi, I'm Vanessa Catalano. I live on 165 Mountain Road. I'm totally in support of signs. Green all over Pleasantville. If my kid is safe, I'm safe, they're safe. That's worth it. We just talked about Freya getting hit by a car on the sawmill, and everybody's talking about noise. She's a life. Freya's a life. These are lives. My kids' lives, your lives, my husband, my neighbors. It's incredibly discouraging when aesthetics take place of heartbeats. That's ridiculous. So I'm in favor. I might even volunteer for the pedestrian committee. I'm fine with that. you have the kind of time, maybe you will volunteer.
Yes.
I'm a volunteer in town, I work in town. You see us all the time in town, we support our businesses in town. But, you know, I think the special thing about Pleasantville, is that we are a village. We help each other, we look out for each other. It's been like that since I moved in 2005 from the city. And I love my city, but man, I love this place too. So I'd rather us look to take care of each other, worry less about the ugliness of a yellow sign, worry less about how much feet you might need to make my block safer and to make my town safer. I think the priority should always be our villagers and people who live here, even outside the village. Our Pleasantville town is priority. So I have to politely agree to disagree. Thank you for a beautiful garden outside your house. I enjoy it thoroughly. I enjoy being your neighbor thoroughly. But, you know, writing stop on a sidewalk seems like a real small inconvenience aesthetically in potentially making people slow
But it
down.
doesn't work, it's the point, it doesn't.
But can we give it a chance to work?
We can.
I mean, I appreciate you sent out all 100 pamphlets out.
I didn't send,
You walked, you walked.
All right.
But at the same time, what we say in my business, I'm a real estate agent, be the source for the source. We can't be the source if we are not the source. So we hand it off to the people who actually are involved completely, who understand what's happening behind it, and who can explain it thoroughly. I've been on 1,000 inspections. I'm not an inspector. I don't pretend to be. So you need to, you know, make sure you do such great research, but maybe first speak with the people who are volunteering to figure out,
I
like.
have not yet. The agenda came
Sure.
out on Friday,
Sure.
right?
Okay.
At 4:30, and the meeting was today.
Yeah.
I understand, so.
And thank you for putting everything publicly online, because
Yeah.
we could be here for every meeting. There's 1,000
could.
things going
And
on in
anyone who
town.
wants to
It's our
relive this, it's gonna be at
involvement too, in knowing what's going
PCTV76.org
on.
within a few days, so.
Yeah.
You're exactly right, it's about our village, but what it's about our village is the fact that not everybody sees everything the same way, and here we have a room full of people. Starting with a conversation about the accident on the sawmill and leading to this, every single person in this room cares about this village. And that doesn't mean they all think alike, so. My concern and my reason for suggesting we withhold this just to our next meeting and do some wordsmithing does not reflect a lack of support for complete streets, which I wholeheartedly support. What concerns me is we've heard tonight some sense that this has is more than the statement of policy that we envision it to be. And instead a blueprint for the manual and uniform traffic control devices leaching its way into every possible corner. So I think we can do a better job with the language to better clarify that and to protect everybody's perception of what we're trying to do here. Because in the end, I think getting those grants and doing the serious work that could come from it is what we all want. That doesn't mean we will all agree about every little piece of it. So that's my take on it. So
I believe that what we should do is to maybe craft a statement of village principle after this meeting to talk about what we intend to do to seek grants, what our process is. That's the relevant communication that we actually need. And that will satisfy everybody's needs. This complete streets thing is not what people are afraid that it should be, but it doesn't mean that we're communicating as well as we should. So I think that we should vote on this today, but I think that we should actually draft a statement of principle for the village that will be more relevant to everyone, that will tell you, what we want to do and how we propose to go about it. And then that will hopefully actually answer your question. I don't think any amount of rewording of the complete streets in a way that will satisfy the needs for the grant will help anyone.
Are there any cutoffs for the grant dates if we postpone voting on this today? Do we know, Terry? I don't know if she's still there.
Yeah, she is. Do you know, Terry?
I think we have to look into the grant dates, Amy, but the grants are definitely time sensitive. And I think the application for the grants is important, but I'll also say, if this is adopted, we can do addendums, we can make changes, we can certainly, change wording, but it is a start. It's saying that the village is focused on safety, and a lot of our neighboring villages and, towns throughout the country actually doing this, and it has, data now that shows that it's safe and you can make your own decisions and you can make changes. So I think it's important to vote on it. And I think it's important then to possibly add addendums to some of the wording and some of the changes based on concerns and communication. Yes, we will improve that.
That's fine. So I respect
I'd be
that.
inclined to vote on it
Yeah.
tonight as well, because I think that this is. I think that what we've heard tonight gives us a lot of information about the kind of engagement that people want from us and the kind of communication that people want for us, which is helpful. And to me, this is really just the first step. And I would agree with David that part of the next step could be issuing more of a statement to the community about where we are headed.
I just want to point of clarification.
Jonathan
Cunningham, 14 Title Lane. The way that was read, and I'm with, well, we've had this discussion before, but these things that are sort of generic but should be communicated better. I came here for a different reason and found out this whole thing was going on, but are there grants that you're going after? I mean, I just heard now so why are we defining those for the community? I mean, it sounded to be, this was just a generic.
That is what it is, yes. Grants have not been.
It sounds like there are specific grants that you guys want to go after right now. That have time sensitivity to them. So why aren't we defining those in this this
Because
statement?
that's not the goal of this statement. So
You
the
have to have-
statement is a prerequisite
Okay.
to applying for these grants.
Understood.
Mount Kisco, for example, got what, $100,000? Am I right? Something to that effect?
But this is what got people worried, right? Because and I'm not worried. I think it's a good idea. Anytime you guys can find free money and help increase the safety of the community, I'm all for it. But I think that if I'm reading the room right, part of the concern is that there's an uncertainty about what the agenda is underlying this. And when it's just generic, like we just want to be able to look at grants and do that, that's one thing. When all of a sudden
That's not the agenda. Sorry to interrupt. That's not the agenda. Complete Streets is there looking at how to make a place safer.
No, I mean, let me finish, because what I was saying is that up until about 3 minutes ago, I thought this was just sort of, we want the flexibility to go after these grants in a more formalized process without there being anything defined. And now it sounds like there are actually grants that you want to go after specifically. For what purpose? What do you want to study? Where are the areas that you guys have identified? And maybe that goes to David's statement that, a statement of intent. But it sounds like there's an underlying theme here, or I'm not quite sure how to say it, but some stuff that you guys really want to look at that there's grant money available for.
It's the same process we went through years back in the intermodal study when we looked at the intersections on Bedford. The process we went through for the Manville Road pedestrian improvements. As you heard tonight, there are folks who have ideas about how Washington could be improved, that kind of thing. And further to my comment a moment ago, if we truly are serious about considering encouraging the closing of the Grant Street intersection, we need some serious grant money to think about.
Yeah,
how to
you
manage.
guys are a long way from community discussion on that. I
I made that clear. I made that clear, but by the same token, there's a significant wellspring here, and understandably so.
Well,
So
but, Pete, I mean, and the only thing I caution you is, there's certainly a wellspring here, but there's a big selection bias here as well.
of course,
You know, I don't think that most of the community knew that this discussion was going on about Grant Street.
I mean,
And
it wasn't an agenda item. It was folks coming in.
that's all I'm saying. That's what I'm just saying. I found myself agreeing with a lot that was said, but I would say, I would just caution to say that until you have a broader community discussion about Grand Street, drawing conclusions about that based on the nice discussion.
Nobody, I mean, I think I couldn't have been clearer that this is a big discussion with many interlocking pieces, and there will be many disagreements, and the benefit in one column produces a problem in another, and we need to be clear. So
But I do think that would be helpful. I do think that would be helpful, and I've had discussions, very brief, but productive discussions with the pedestrian committee, is that if you can better define the goals. I mean, I think that if you talk to the majority of folks in the village, because I did around the whole idea of lowering the speed limit to 25 on village roads, people are, well, they're solving this is a problem, this is the solution to what problem? I mean, I think that the more you guys can better define the safety issues that you're looking to attack and identify them and make them real for people, I think the easier these discussions are.
I totally
That
get
would be
that.
like the next step though,
No.
so that's why like those would not be defined as part of this, because the only kind of grant that and it's not like these grants are earmarked for one specific thing, right? But the only grant that we've discussed the possibility of so far, and now Yimi's the liaison no longer, would be to get somebody to do an analysis potentially of certain parts, probably more towards the center of the village. Like that's as far as we are. So I agree with you that these are questions that need to be answered, but we're not that far in the process. And so I think trying to make it more specific would actually be kind of misleading.
I don't disagree with you, Nicole,
yeah.
at all.
Yeah.
I just got a little confused when I heard there are grants out there with timing that you guys want to pursue, which led me to believe, or question at least, what are you seeing that you in these grants that are identifying risks or safety concerns in the village that you think that those grants, if we could get them, will help us study? And I was really just trying to get some better visibility to where you guys, if you guys were seeing it, where it was, as opposed to just sort of a generic statement of, hey, we wanna increase the village's optionality to pursue grant money, which is great. And I've got no issues, like I said before, with that. But if there are specific areas that you've seen grant money available that you want to study, I think it would be helpful for the community if you would identify those.
Which we will, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All
Absolutely.
right, I don't mean to cut people
No,
off, but I'm gonna run out of battery here, and I'm the keeper of the Zoom, so can I suggest, in order to release you all from this civic bondage, that we take our resolutions out of order and do number 234, the complete streets policy first?
Sure.
Who would like to move that?
I'll move it.
Okay,
Second.
okay, so perhaps each of us could comment.
Okay. Should we do it in order?
Yeah,
Paul, you
Sure,
want to start?
all,
And just as that the vote?
yes,
Aye.
So you would like a little bit more than just a amount?
whatever you want, it's
Okay.
a free country.
I think I've
Right.
spoken enough. I will just say, I've been involved in this process for a while, so obviously I know more than some people here. I do feel that this is just primarily a statement of faith, that we are interested in having a community that is safe for everyone who is passing through it. And, this is a way of making that sort of affirming that publicly, that this is a value that we hold. And so
David.
I believe that this is an important statement to get us on the road to being able to study our problems and to prioritize. I think everybody who is in this room tonight feels for the tragedy that happened And that's the kind of thing that we want to prevent. And whether, you would agree with a sidewalk in front of your house or not, really doesn't mean that we don't have a safety problem in the village. We definitely do. I lived in many other places and would have loved for my children to have grown up riding bikes around the village, and we won't let them do that. We'll go on the county trails, but we won't have them ride around the village. So I think, my kids do walk from beyond the Toll Brothers development to the center of the village on Washington Avenue, and I hate it because there's a blind curve there. And it's not really safe, but I'm only less than half of the voting block in my house, so.
So you vote aye.
So I vote
Yemi.
Yes. I'll just say that I feel like tonight we've gotten Complete Streets wrapped up in a whole issue that it has nothing to do with. And it's so unfortunate because Complete Streets' whole point is the whole first issue we had on here, the 8 o'clock meeting, was the safety of one of our village residents. And that coming to light was helpful, but it's butted up against this issue of that Complete Streets is somehow negating some other village opinions. So I definitely am in agreement with Complete Streets, but I do believe in the addendums that can be made. As Terry, I think, pointed out, that it's not a one-stop shop. And I also feel that communication between residents and the village board can be improved. And I think that Complete Streets will be a good avenue with that. I think it'll go hand in hand with it. I don't think it'll be separate from it. So
Okay, I'm gonna vote no, and my sole reason for voting no is I would prefer to do this 2 weeks from now with a clarified statement that I think is a more focused statement of exactly what this is about, so that people would not, as Yemi already articulately reported, I think it got wrapped up in ways that certainly wasn't our intention, and that would suggest some imprecision in our language that I think we could do better with. I want nobody to misunderstand. I am 100% in favor of Complete Streets. I vote no only because of the suggestion that we change it. It passes 4-1. Case closed.
I'm happy to coordinate a explanation of this in the next What's Happening in the Village, which we issue monthly, which talks about all the things that we're doing.
Please include Sarah Natelo, who lives next.
Yes.
She has the sign.
Okay. It's like a little thing that moves around your. All right, I'm gonna run out of battery if we don't keep rolling. Thank you all, I appreciate it.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for coming.
Let me share my screen.
Thank you. Your meetings, your committee members. Yes.
Okay, Paul.
So that the Board of Trustees hereby approves the minutes of the regular meeting held on June 17th, 2024.
Is there a second?
Second.
Comments or questions, the minutes? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion approved. 226. Nicole.
Resolved that the Board of Trustees hereby approves the creation of a capital account for the purpose of the MS4 Stormwater Management Program and the transfer of $18,000 from fund balance.
Is there a second?
Second.
This further to commentary we had with Anthony Carr in work session. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion approved. 227, David.
Resolve the Board of Trustees hereby approves the following budget amendments for fiscal year ending 2024, effective May 31st, 2024, is listed below. Decrease in revenue expense from general fund of $41,982.15 from the revenue account Pleasantville Strong. In the following expenditure accounts, Pleasantville Strong Drug Free Community PT expense 0, debit of $8,622.66 from Drug Free Community Conferences, a debit of $16,509.90 from Drug Free Community Supplies, a debit of $1,219 $4,000.59 from drug-free community miscellaneous and a debit of $15,630 from drug-free community OS expenses.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion approved. Yami 228.
Resolved that the Board of Trustees hereby approves the following budget amendments for fiscal year 2025. Oh, can you actually scroll up for 1 second? I'm sorry, I'm doing this from my phone. Can you scroll up just a little bit? I'm so sorry, Mayor.
Can you see it?
No, the top part. I apologize.
Oh, sorry.
Following the budget amendments for fiscal year 2025 as listed below, the amount of $41,982.15 for Peville Strong Drug-Free Community Revenue. The other amount, $0 for the Peville Drug-Free Community PT expense, $88,622.66 for the Pleasantville Strong Drug-Free Community Conferences, $16,509. I am reading the right one, right? This isn't, this
You
is
are, yes.
separate. Okay, great.
It's essentially moving this to the other year.
Understood. Okay. $16,509.90 for the Peville Strong Drug Free Community Supplies, $1,219.59 for the Pleasantville Strong Drug Free Community Miscellaneous, $15,630 for the Pleasantville Strong Drug Free Community OS expense, $0 for the Pleasantville Strong Drug Free Community Social Security, $0 for the Pleasantville Strong Drug Free Community Medicare, the appropriate fund balance general fund for $18,000 transfer to capital PS for Stormwater Management Program Capital Project, the increased revenue and expense capital fund of $18,000 for the interfund transfer from general, the MS for Stormwater Management Program Project, the $50,000 interfund transfer from general fund street resurfacing project for fiscal year 2024, $65,000 for the interfund transfer from general fund water EV pickup truck, totaling $133,000.
Is there a second?
Second.
Just to remind folks, the Pleasantville Strong money or federal monies were the fiscal agent. It is not your tax dollars. 229, Paul.
Resolved, the Board of Trustees hereby approves the abstract for payment of claims dated June 24, 2024 for the fiscal year 2024 and check numbers 111344 through 111351. General Fund $6,302.03. Capital Fund $139,123.10 for a total of $145,425.13.
Is there a second?
Second.
Comments, questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion approved. 230, Nicole.
Resolved that the Board of Trustees hereby approves the abstract for payment of claims dated June 24th, 2024 for fiscal year ending in 2025 and check numbers 111352 to 111411. From the general fund, $54,679.28. From the water fund, $5,009.92. From the capital fund, $39,000. From the refuse fund, $3,283.34 for a total of $101,972.54.
Is there a second?
Second.
Comments, questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion approved. 231, David.
So the Board of Trustees in support of the Pleasantville Music Festival authorizes that no parking signs will be posted with restrictions and vehicular access to Lincoln Avenue will be in effect for Saturday, July 13th, 2024 from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. And now therefore be resolved, the Board of Trustees hereby authorizes the police chief to tow all vehicles violating temporary parking and road restrictions.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion approved. Yami 232.
Whereas sealed bids were advertised in the official village newspaper and received on June 17th, 2024 for the 2024-07 Bedford Road, County Road 27 traffic signal system improvements. And whereas bids were received as per the following: vendor Verde Electric Maintenance Corp. for $99,369.31. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Trustees hereby awards bid 2024-07 Bedford Road, County Road 27 traffic signal system improvements to Verde Electric Maintenance Corp. and authorizes the village administrator to execute all necessary agreements. Can I
Is
ask?
there a second? Yes.
Sorry, this was our only bid, the Verde Electric Maintenance Corp.
Correct. Yeah, there's basically one contractor that does all the signal work in the Hudson Valley.
Just curious. Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion approved. 232. Paul.
That was
233.
Oh, sorry, 233. Sorry.
Result, the Board of Trustees hereby accepts a donation from the Lions Club of Pleasantville in the amount of $2,000 for the purposes of the Pleasantville Recreation Camp Scholarships Program.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you very much, Lions Club. Congratulations on yesterday's fundraiser at Craft with Pat Fogarty, AKA Velvet Patty, singing. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion approved. 234.
235, because that's.
235. Oh, we did 234. Yes,
Yeah.
235.
Resolved that the Board of Trustees hereby schedules a public hearing for July 22nd, 2024 at 8 p.m. to consider the village's community development block grant application in support of Clinton Street Senior Center proposed kitchen air conditioning project and acquisition of new van.
Is there a second?
Second.
We discussed in work session with Sarah Johnson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion approved. David, 236.
Resolve the Board of Trustees hereby endorses the Nicholas Center Community Development Block Grant application for programmatic support.
Is there a second?
Second.
Great program. They're looking to expand it for special needs young adults. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion. 237, Yami.
Resolved that the Board of Trustees hereby authorize the village administrator to sign an agreement in the amount of $20,000. Barton and Legudis,
Judas.
Judas, thank you for construction support services. The
Is there a
proposal.
second?
Second.
This is our structural engineer for the retaining wall and signal at the corner of
Oh,
Manville Road and Memorial Plaza.
Oh, okay.
All in favor?
aye.
Aye. Motion approved. 238, Paul.
Result, the Board of Trustees hereby authorize the village administrator to sign an agreement with Woodward and Curran in the amount of $205,000 for the purposes of the service line inventory and replacement plan.
Is there a second?
Second.
Again, this was discussed in work session with Anthony Carr. There's a lot to be discussed about it, and we'll be talking to the community going forward. It's fulfilling an EPA requirement that all communities understand the nature of the metals used in various water pipes. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion approved. 239.
To me.
Yeah.
Whereas on April 19th, 2024, the Village of Pleasantville issued a public solicitation for competitive bids in connection with BOP contract 2024-02 with respect to the Department of Public Works Village Pool Reconstruction Project. Whereas on June 4th, 2024, 3 bids were publicly opened and read out loud, and whereas by letter dated June 16th, 2024, the lowest bidder, Ray Palmer Associates Inc., formally requested that it be permitted to withdraw its bid due to errors in calculating its expenses. Whereas the village has reserved the right to reject any and all bids. And whereas the Board of Trustees of the Village of Pleasantville, the Board of Trustees deems it to be in the best interests of the public welfare to reject all bids it received in response to BOP contract 2024-02 for the pool reconstruction project and to authorize the rebidding thereof. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Trustees hereby accepts Ray Palmer Associates Inc.'s withdrawal of its bid and rejects all other bids received in response to BOP contract number 2024-02 for the DPW pool reconstruction project. And be it further resolved that the Board of Trustees authorizes the village administrator and superintendent of public works to modify as necessary and reissue bid documents with respect to the said contract for DPW pool reconstruction project for competitive bidding in accordance with the New York State General Municipal Law. And be it therefore resolved that the Board of Trustees authorizes and empowers the village administrator and superintendent of public works or its designees to take all actions necessary to implement the purpose of this resolution.
Is there a second?
Second.
Again, that discussion in more detail was what we began our work session with. If anyone wants to go back to it, it will be available within a few days at pctv76.org.
Just to be clear, when we rebid, we're rebidding it so that the basis for award will be solely on the pool project itself.
Yeah, with an ad alternate.
No, but I'm saying the basis for awarding, even though you have to submit an alternate.
Not
Well, it depends on whether we decide to do both or just one.
But we have to, what I'm saying is, we have to decide, we have to put the criteria for awarding the bid in the bid itself. That I know. And what I'm asking is the criteria for awarding the bid, the low bidder considered the low bidder on the pool project only, or on the total project, including.
So that
That
will
will
be,
depend on the bids.
so that, and that will be the board's decision. depending on the.
So it doesn't have to be announced in the bid?
No, people are giving us the base price and the ad option. If we intend, based on review of the budget, and the bids to take advantage of both, then the bids are ranked based on the total.
Right.
If those bids make it unaffordable and we are willing to proceed without the flood mitigation piece, then the bids are ranked based on the base project and not the other. So we have that flexibility.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion approved. 240, Yemi.
Resolved that the Board of Trustees hereby approves the establishment of petty cash fund in the amount of $2,000 for the purpose of making change at the front gate box office at the Pleasantville Music Festival on Saturday, July 13th, 2024.
Is there a second?
Okay,
What's cash?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. David, I thought might abstain for definition of the word cash. 241, Paul, bring us home before my battery dies.
resolve the Board of Trustees hereby schedules a public hearing on July 8th, 2024 at 8 p.m. concerning introduction law local 5 of 2024 to amend chapter 173 of the Village of Pleasantville Code to make parking on the east side of Wheeler Avenue between Bedford Road and Manville Road 15-minute time restricted, Monday through Saturday from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Is there a second?
Second.
Short version of a longer story is currently the curbside parallel parking on Wheeler Avenue is posted 5-minute parking all hours, all days. This would propose to post 15 minutes, Monday through Saturday, 8 to 6. Public hearing to come on July 8th. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion approved. Is there any new business? Please, no. Any further comment from the public? I see none. We've had plenty tonight. Is there a motion to go into
Well, we can hold off.
We'll
on
skip the executive
Yeah.
session. We had an executive session on our agenda, but given the lateness of the hour, we will postpone that to the next meeting. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you all. A good long night, but a lots of interesting stuff. We appreciate your attention.
Thanks, guys.